these are critical issues, and yet I don't have where to buy time from. If there was a shop where I would buy time, I would ask the Parliamentary Commission to appropriate some money. I buy there like 20 hours so that we can extend sunlight and, we extend the day. So as a way of giving you enough time to exhaust the debate, I said we shall use 3 hours from 10 to 1 so that each one who wanted to raise issues to do with the electricity can raise these issues. So even my communication on other, because there are things I want to communicate, I'll do that at 2 when all ministers are here. But I'm surprised that the minister we agreed with is not here. I don't see anyone from the energy sector. So I request whoever is standing in for the government chief whip to please call the Minister for Energy so that he can listen to the issues of members. I'll ask Honorable Wanyoto to help do that. Thank you for your kindness, Honorable. But in the meantime, Honorable colleagues, a lot happened over this week, but we lost one of the people who has made a mark and contributed to the development of theatre in the country, Mr. Alex Mukuru. Anyone who knows the entertainment industry, the talent development in the country, knows that Alex Mukuru, alongside other prominent Ugandans, has played a very, very, very critical role in the development of theatre in the country. I want us to take a minute and we wish him a peaceful rest.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
I'll be allowing matters of national importance at 2 p.m. when I know that the ministers and everyone is here. That's when I'll allow matters of national importance. But in the meantime, I told you on, I think it was Wednesday, Honorable, when you raised the issue of the interns. Yes, and again, I think it came back on Thursday. And I asked the minister to finalize consultations and come and update us. So I just wanted, as we wait for the Minister for Energy, I want the Minister for Health. No, I just want first the Minister for Health to tell us if he has any update for us on that issue, because all of us have been following up on it. Over the weekend, I was on call with several stakeholders, and including him. He gave me a time, and we are pushing right and center to ensure the issue of interns is resolved. So, Honourable Minister, I don't know if you have any update for this House and the country on the issue of interns.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable members. Good morning. Yes, this issue of medical interns has been an issue for discussion in the last number of weeks and months. Just as a form of recap, is that when you train as a medical student, particularly those training for Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery, those are the medical doctors, and Bachelor of Dental Surgery, those are the dental surgeons, Pharmacy, Bachelor of Pharmacy, and then the graduate nurses and midwives. When you complete university education and you pass exams, you are requested to undertake 1 year of internship before you could be given a practicing license. And the Ministry of Health deploys those medical graduates in the various hospitals which are accredited to offer internship. And those facilities are where we have specialists and consultants, because you do internship under the care and supervision of the medical specialists. Traditionally, government has been facilitating the interns as they do their work. Like I've been reporting in this House, last year, a new policy was passed, championed by the Ministry of Education and Sports, but in conjunction with the Ministry of Health. And the last time we commented on this issue, the Honorable Kwizera was requesting for that policy that touches on internship, and you did guide that I should bring it and table it to the House. And I would like at the start to table the National Education and Training for Health Policy, which was passed by Cabinet on the 6th of October 2025. It's by the Ministry of Education and Sports. I would like to lay this policy. Now, the intention of this policy is to create a regulatory framework to streamline matters of training the medics, so that we can have competent doctors and other health professionals, because I am sure all of us, you would want to appear before a medical doctor or any other health worker when you are confident that this person is competent. That is why they do not grade the medical degrees, for instance, right, Honorable Speaker. Other courses, somebody gets a first class, a second class, upper, a past degree, but medical degrees are never classified, so that if you are a doctor, you are a doctor. Otherwise, if they told you this doctor got a past degree, probably you will be scared appearing before him or her. So when this policy was passed, it has very many progressive provisions that are meant to set standards and build the competencies as we train our health workers. Now, when this policy was passed, there are provisions which were contested by the interns and the medical fraternity. As you've been seeing, the leader of opposition raised this matter on the floor, and I did, and Her Excellency, the Vice President, and the Right Honourable raised this matter on the floor, and I did, and Her Excellency, the Vice President, and the Right Honourable Prime Minister pledged to Parliament that the government would come back and update the House on those areas which are being contested. And I have been telling Parliament and the public that I do not have authority as a minister to review or reverse or pronounce myself on a policy which was passed by Cabinet. So I have been carrying out consultations, and I would like to report. Let me say, directed as Ministry of Health to deploy all the interns, all those medical students who have completed their studies and are due for deployment. Because in the past, there was a challenge of few accredited internship centers, so the ministry would deploy some and leave others in waiting. And what we did this time around is that we expanded and leave others in waiting. And what we did this time around is that we expanded the internship centers by posting specialists to hospitals, including the general district hospitals. And now we have 77 accredited internship centers, and we have deployed all those pre-interns, and we have deployed 2,490 interns. This is the medical doctors, dental surgeons, pharmacists, and graduate nurses and midwives. Now, the two contentious policy positions which had been taken in the new policy are: one, the issue of facilitation, because traditionally government has been paying all interns, but a new proposal had been passed that would distinguish those who were sponsored by government at university training and those who were privately sponsored. And that's one of the issues which has been bringing discomfort among these interns. We've been paying 1,268,929 Uganda shillings, which when taxed, the net pay becomes 1 million shillings. And the proposal in that policy had been that for those who are government sponsored, the sponsorship continues at internship, and for those who were private, had been that for those who are government sponsored, the sponsorship continues at internship, and for those who were privately sponsored, then your guardian or parent continues sponsoring you, but the government pays for your meals. When we computed the cost of meals as per government rate, it had given us a figure of 483,334. So when we met yesterday, and I have consulted the president, I have also consulted the cabinet which sat yesterday. We did agree, and the cabinet recommended that we suspend that provision of facilitation for medical interns, meaning that we pay them as it has been for medical interns, meaning that we pay them as it has been. So going forward, the current cohort of interns will be paid the same amount. That time, and is subject to tax, and then the net pay will be 1 million. So that differentiation between the government-sponsored and private-sponsored has been suspended for the current cohort of interns, but Cabinet directed me as Minister of Health to come back to review the aspects of the interns, but Cabinet directed me as Minister of Health to come back to review the aspects of the policy to do with the health workforce, and come with a comprehensive paper on the issue of human resource for health. Because there are many doctors who are qualifying but are not being absorbed by government, or they are not getting employment. So Cabinet directed that we study all this. We look at how many doctors do we need to train in the country, how do we absorb all those medical graduates, what pay should we provide to them as government. The President is of the view and has guided that we should not subject the pay of medical workers to tax, the way it is done to the soldiers and the armed forces. So Cabinet directed me to prepare a report within 6 months, but I will do it within two months to Cabinet to address all these issues. Yeah? At the earliest, we are highly efficient in the Ministry of Health. Even if the demand came that we do it tomorrow, we will still do it. So we shall present it at the earliest, so that we address comprehensively the issue of the human resource for health, including the staffing levels in our health facilities. So we shall be presenting that. And also, we are discussing the issue of dual employment and moonlighting in the health sector. The other day when I made a remark on this floor about when interns were not there and mortality rates went down, people were unhappy. But like I clarified, right, Honorable Speaker, the challenge we've been having, like many people say, that these hospitals where we deploy interns, it is the interns running the services. It shouldn't be like that. Interns provide medical services but under supervision. So it is wrong to leave the interns on their own because they are still under training. And the challenge has been that the specialists, the senior doctors, more or less like, okay, I don't want to say they run away, they absentee themselves and leave the service provision to the interns, which should not be that way. So part of the tasks I have been given is to review that issue. How do we ensure that even when we deploy interns, the senior doctors are present to provide supervision? I am not sure whether any one of you would be comfortable if you went to hospital and God forbid they are to do an operation on you, say an abdominal surgery. Who of you would be comfortable if they said it's the intern who is going to operate you? I am sure most of you would be, there should be a surgeon, a serious surgeon. So we are going to look at all this and then bring a comprehensive statement to Cabinet, and thereafter we shall come to the House to give you that statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to inform my Honorable Minister that while he's telling us what he's saying, there are interns that have been arrested while doing their own constitutional right in terms of striking. I might not call it strike. So maybe, Honorable Minister, yes, industrial action, as the lawyers might say. So maybe as you give us the detailed statement, may we know the fate or whether there is something that has been decided by the government regarding those who have been arrested in doing what they are supposed to do under the Constitution. Thank you.
I'm still reporting, and that's part of the issues I will reach. You know, I am taking time because...
Honourable Minister, let's conclude, because
yes.
You've already given us the most important good news. So let's conclude on the rest.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. So the issue of pay, we have sorted it that way, like I've explained. Now, the other contentious issue which the interns were complaining about was that the policy proposes a major shift in terms of when do the medical graduates graduate. Because traditionally, when you finish the medical school, meaning you have sat the final exams and you have passed, then the university schedules and arranges for graduation. So the policy had proposed that when you complete the training, the academic training, you proceed for internship and then you graduate after internship. That one we have reversed it. We have reversed it and said no, there should be a distinction between the academic qualification and the qualification for practice. Those are different. And therefore, the status quo shall remain, that the medical students will be undertaking their studies. When they pass the final exams, they will graduate, and then internship will be separate. Because you can choose to train as a doctor, and then you want to go and do internship outside the country, or you want to go and do something else, you don't want to practice. That freedom should be allowed. So that one, we also took a decision on that. Now, as I conclude, in response to what my honorable brother from Igara West has raised, I met the pre-interns and we had a lengthy discussion which lasted about 6 hours. And I gave them assurance that there is goodwill in the Parliament, there is goodwill in the Cabinet, there is goodwill from myself as the Minister of Health. So I had guided them, there is no need for confrontational approach in resolving this matter. Well, I told them you would be confronting government if, for instance, we're resisting or not listening to you. But these are young people, you know, from our student days, when we just say, where, people just start rioting without even knowing what the issue is. So unfortunately, we struck an agreement that I would pursue their issues, but still they went ahead and went into a way. And they demonstrated. It's unfortunate that some of them were into a way. And they demonstrated. It's unfortunate that some of them were arrested by police. Of course, police was doing its work. If you offend the rules, these laws were passed here in Parliament. Yes, there is a law which guides on assemblies and protests, and it's there. Yes, it is there. And also we passed that law here in the House. So it's unfortunate. I didn't actually know. It appeared when I was briefing Parliament that day, I didn't know they were demonstrating coming to Parliament. And I think up to 8 of them were arrested, produced in court, charged, and remanded. My view is that they should be released. They should be released. Charges dropped. And while, of course, the DPP and the court system, they are independent, as a minister, you can't direct court on what to do, but we shall engage. No. We shall engage, as a Minister of Health, I will engage the judicial officers together with Attorney General to see how the issue can be amicably resolved. So those young people should be released so that they can go and start their internship training.
Honourable Minister, can we conclude?
In brief,
Yeah.
Right Honourable Speaker, that's the update I just wanted to give the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, these are straightforward matters. We were demanding from the minister, one, that the interns should be paid. Okay? They reversed the decision, the interns are going to be paid. Number two, we are saying the interns were demanding that they need to be allowed to graduate before they can do internship. And it has been resolved. Okay? So I will allow only 2 people. I will allow the leader of opposition and the chair committee on health. And we conclude this matter. We go back to our major issue. Thank you. 1 person from each side. This is fait accompli. So I don't know what we want to add. Yes, leader of opposition.
The leader of opposition coming in. Yes, we had deployed them and asked them to report from the 3rd to the 14th, which deadline has since passed. But these are our children, our sons and daughters. Yes, hold on. So we are going to extend that period to Friday this week. So I request these young people, the interns, okay, some of them are not young, to report. We extend the reporting period up to Friday this week, beyond which we shall consider those who have not reported probably to have taken a decision not to undertake internship.
Thank you. Lop.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the Minister for the feedback he has given to the House. In the last couple of days, we have been harassing him for this response, and I'm hoping he didn't take it personal. It's just that he's the duty bearer, and he's the one we had to harass, execute this mandate. Like you, Mr. Speaker, even as I was harassing the Minister here, I normally follow up to reach out and engage how far, what's happening. And so he gave me an update as well. And I said, okay, at least there is some progress. What's for sure is that the interns have been saying, no, we deserve a lot more. The 1 million that has been the case for quite some time now. In fact, there was a time when government paid them a lot more for one financial year and then went back to 1 million shillings. And so they are saying, surely with inflation and passage of time and so on, 1 million 5 years ago is not the same today. And it has been one of the issues they have been raising. So I hope that in your continuous engagements, that can get to be incorporated. At least we are glad that government has acknowledged the fact that these interns are medical doctors. They are out there doing this work and they need to be facilitated. We are past that stage because the acknowledgement has happened. When government says, okay, we're going to give them 1 million shillings net, for me that is acknowledgement that they need to be facilitated. Now going forward, in your engagements, and I would like to encourage the minister, that engagement you had with them should not be the last. Hopefully you can keep engaging with them so that you understand them better, the idiosyncrasies, the nature of work that they do now, because, Honourable Minister, I'm sure you graduated like what, maybe 40 years ago. Times have changed. A lot has changed. You know, the terrain is different. Many of them are in far to rich places. And so 1 million shillings or that kind of thing many years ago cannot be the same today. So please keep engaging them and let the conversation be, how do we facilitate them better? You have started now by acknowledging, yes, they need to be facilitated, but that needs to be improved. They're saying the work they do, things are expensive, the places they've got to go and rent, up country, wherever they are. So there should be a conversation about this money being increased. But also finally, Mr. Speaker, the minister has told us that this particular rescinding of that policy is for this cohort, of that provision is for this particular cohort. That worries me because that means I will be back here maybe next year to complain again, because you'll be saying, no, that was for this particular cohort. So next year we are moving on to something different and to totally, you know, remove this facilitation. I hope that now in your engagements with government, now that you're preparing a report, that you get to say, no, we need to, going forward, continue to facilitate these people so that it doesn't apply only to this cohort. So I hope it's not just for this cohort and then going forward you say, no, we will not facilitate them going forward. No, it should not just be for this cohort, but like I'm saying, going forward, let's have a discussion about facilitating them better. And government can afford to do this, I believe. When we prioritize and say healthcare is important, and these people have qualified, let's pay them better, what is deserving of them. That now should be the next conversation we get to have. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chair, Committee on Health.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. First and foremost, I want to thank the Minister of Health for the effort and importantly, choosing dialogue to end this issue. And again, we want to thank the interns, especially their leadership, Uganda Medical Association, again, for choosing dialogue to end this issue. However, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the Minister that there were some incidences reported last time, I think a year or ago, where some intern lost lives. And this was on account of choosing accommodation in insecure areas of stay. So I think the allowance that we give really needs to be stepped up such that these interns are able to choose accommodation in safer areas. And in the long run, as government, we should plan to think of how to house interns near their places of placement. And having said that, there are other colleagues almost doing a similar work. These are the senior house officers. And Right Honourable Minister, I would request that the comprehensive package possibly that will be coming forth, it should also be clear what is there that is planned for the senior, possibly that will be coming forth, it should also be clear what is there that is planned for the senior house officers. And again, what is being given is an allowance. It has to be clear that government is not giving them a salary, the interns, the just officers. And again, what is being given is an allowance. It has to be clear that government is not giving them a salary, the interns, just an allowance to help them get accommodation and then get feeding. Similarly, the senior house officers are qualified doctors but doing postgraduate and also serve under similar situations. These two needs to be looked into. And finally, there is a need for predictability of this funding. Possibly maybe entrench it in some of our budgets such that we don't end up with similar situations next time, that again we don't have resources to pay the interns. However, I thank you, Minister. Thank you so much for pushing forth to ensure that this comes to a conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, I've seen the issues raised by the Leader of Opposition and by Dr. Rude, the Chairman, Committee on Health, are issues which are going to form part of your consultations, which you report back to Cabinet and also to this House. You don't need to go into commitments, and just you can use 1 minute, because you know, my time is very, very limited.
So thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Just clarify a few things in 1 minute, like you have guided. Did I take it personal? No. At one point, I was the most abused minister in this country when I used to be a spokesperson for the government. But we never take these personal. These are issues of duty, so Leader of Opposition, don't mind. Now, I just want to clarify one thing. What we suspended was that provision on facilitation of the interns for 6 months, pending the comprehensive review we are going to do. But the policy remains. That's why I even tabled it and laid it on the table for Parliament. So the comprehensive policy remains, and it is a good policy, like I said in my remarks. And we shall carry out comprehensive consultations, including the Committee of Health and the members of Parliament, so that we address those issues of the welfare of the human resource for health. I think the issue of, yes, senior house officers, these are doctors who are doing master's programs. They also face the same challenge. They will be part of the comprehensive review that we are doing. Accommodation. Some hospitals have accommodation for the interns, but because of the growing numbers, you will find some are accommodated, others have to rent. We are going to work.
Honourable Minister, conclude. Conclude, Honourable Minister.
So we are going to work with the directors of the various hospitals where these interns are deployed, so that we help with the management of the hospitals to get accommodation which is near enough and safe enough, because we would not want any of these interns to die, like our chair has said, because he's staying in an area which is not safe or maybe far from the hospital. So we are going to work with the management of the various hospitals to ensure that our interns are safe, and also they live where possible as near the hospital or within the hospital premises as much as possible. Maybe for the Leader of Opposition, I didn't qualify 40 years ago. I'm a young man. I graduated, for the record, I joined Makerere in 1990 and completed 1995. I didn't repeat. So
I hope Honourable Senyonyi was already born by then.
yes.
I hope so.
So by that calculation, I am the bridge which connects the young and the old. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, this is not an issue I intended for debate. If it was an issue intended for debate, I would ask for a statement. Okay? That's why I asked for a mayor update. So the rest, let's follow up. Now, Right Honourable Prime Minister, I guided ministers. There are critical decisions you take in Cabinet, okay? And having far-reaching impact on our people. I request whenever you do that, you should always come and update us here, so that they don't come here by rumor, complaints, and you be preemptive on some of those issues, so that you can even give the reasoning behind your decisions, and we move with you. But now, if you don't do that, then as people's representatives, we go, we pick it from the public. Sometimes we don't pick it fully, sometimes we pick it fully. So I request that you always urge your ministers on such a critical decisions to come and update the House, so that we can add value where necessary, but all we get a way of informing our people and explaining the situation. Now, honorable colleagues, the Minister for Finance Day has a very important meeting, but I told him that I needed his item on 3.2 to be sorted out. It's a very, very short statement. Let's dispose it off, and then we go on a debate on energy. Clerk?
Item 3.2, statement on the criteria and procedure for accessing the tax waivers, remission of tax under Section 43 of the Tax Procedures Code Act, CAP 343.
Minister for Finance, we shall use a short time, then we go on the debate for energy, electricity.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I wish to present a statement on the criteria and procedure for accessing the tax waivers under Section 43 of the Tax Procedures Code Act, CAP 343. Right Honorable Speaker, during the 9th sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 12th Parliament, held on Tuesday, 14th July 2026, I undertook to present a detailed statement to the House explaining the criteria and procedure of how taxpayers can access tax waivers, stroke remissions under Section 43 of the Tax Procedures Code Act. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the primary objective of tax administration is to collect all the tax assessed lawfully in a manner that is efficient, fair, equitable, and consistent with the law. However, during implementation of tax administration processes, some taxpayers face challenges that inhibit them from paying their respective tax liability. In most cases, for a number of years, the tax liability remains on the taxpayer's ledger, raising audit queries. The tax law recognizes this challenge and spells out how to address it through providing a tax waiver after satisfactory justification. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, before a decision is made, Uganda Revenue Authority tries as much as possible to correct the tax liability through effective strategies, including early interventions, installment payment arrangement, prioritized enforcement, recovery from available non-essential assets, offset against credits, or any other lawful arrangement, deferred payment, and temporary suspension of recovery where applicable. It is in exceptional circumstances that the remission of liabilities that cannot be effectively recovered is recommended. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is in line with Section 43 of the Tax Procedures Code Act, which provides that where a Commissioner General is of the opinion that the whole or part of the tax liability cannot be effectively recovered, by reason of hardship, impossibility, and due difficulty, or the excessive cost to recovery, the Commissioner General may refer the matter to the Minister responsible for Finance. If satisfied, the Minister responsible for Finance may in turn submit the proposal to Parliament for approval of the remission of the whole or part of the tax liability. Mr. Speaker, the remission provided for under Section 43 of the Tax Procedures Code Act enables government provided for under Section 43 of the Tax Procedures Code Act enables government to avoid spending public resources on recovery that is unlikely to yield meaningful revenue. The relief is also intended to support business recovery and enable businesses to continue operating without distress from the tax liability. The decision to remit the tax liability is exercised sparingly, fairly, and equitably, transparently, and consistently. Right Honorable Speaker, the process begins when a taxpayer makes an application to the Commissioner General requesting for a tax waiver in line with the law. The application includes the taxpayer's tax liability, which includes principal tax, interest, and penalty, the grounds for waiver, and amount sought to be remitted, and provides relevant financial, insolvency, asset, or other evidence to support the tax waiver. The Commissioner General then evaluates the application and independently determines whether the liability cannot be effectively recovered in line with the law. When satisfied, the Commissioner General refers the matter to the Minister responsible for finance with the evidence, amount proposed for the remission, reasons, fiscal implications, and considerations for alternatives. Honorable Speaker and members, upon receipt of the letter recommending a tax waiver from Commissioner General, the Minister responsible for finance reviews the case and may request further information if necessary. All the relevant information is analyzed in line with the law. If satisfied, submit the proposal for remission to Parliament seeking approval. The Parliament then debates the merits and demerits of granting the remission and determines whether the whole or part of the tax liability should be remitted or not. Right Honorable Speaker and members, when Parliament approves the Minister's request, the tax waiver is then gazetted, and after the gazette, it is implemented by Uganda Revenue Authority by adjusting the taxpayer's ledger accordingly. What is the criteria for approving the waiver? Mr. Speaker, sir, and members, the taxpayer may be considered for remission only where the Commissioner General is satisfied on the basis of credible, current, and verifiable evidence that the whole or part of the tax liability cannot be effectively recovered by reason of hardship, impossibility, undue difficulty, or excessive cost of recovery in line with the law. To that end, the criteria includes the following. 1, Mr. Speaker, is hardship. This test is satisfied when it is determined that payment of a liability or continued recovery action would impose serious and demonstrate financial distress that is disproportionate to the revenue likely to be realized. The question is whether the liability can reasonably be corrected without depriving the taxpayer or taxpayers' dependents of the basic necessities or affecting an otherwise viable business. In determining hardship, URA considers all relevant circumstances, including number 1, for individuals, URA considers whether payment would deprive a taxpayer or a taxpayer's dependents of reasonable access to food, accommodation, clothing, medical care, education, or other essential living requirements. The relevant circumstances may include serious illness or disability, permanent incapacity, loss of employment or livelihood, exceptional medical expenses, death of the principal income earner, natural disasters, or other catastrophic events, and any other circumstance resulting in genuine financial distress. When it is a business, URA considers current liquidity and cash flow, realistic access to finance, working capital requirements, existing financial obligations, the viability of the enterprise, the likely effect of recovery on employment, production, and future tax compliance, and whether enforcement would unnecessarily affect an otherwise viable business. Mr. Speaker and members, hardship does not include temporary cash flow constraints, reduced profitability, commercial inconvenience, a preference to use available funds for expansion or investment, dissatisfaction with the assessment, or a mere unwillingness to pay. During the analysis, URA also considers the extent to which the taxpayer contributed to the creation or escalation of the tax liability. The determination considers whether there was fraud, deliberate tax evasion, concealment of assets, and reckless disregard of tax obligations or serious corporate governance failures. These weigh in strongly against the remission. Another factor is impossibility or recovery. Here, the recovery is impossible where there is no realistic legal or practical means by which the liability can be recovered, either presently or within the foreseeable future. Impossibility may arise where, 1, an individual has died leaving no estate to recover the tax liability from. 2, a company has been dissolved or fully liquidated without assets. 3, bankruptcy or insolvency proceedings leave no dividend available for government. 5, the taxpayer cannot be located after reasonable and documented efforts. 5, there are no recoverable assets against which enforcement may lawfully be taken. 6, legal barriers permanently prevent recovery. And 7, any other circumstances that render recovery objectively unattainable. Another factor is undue difficulty. Right Honorable Speaker, undue difficulty exists where the recovery is unattainable. Another factor is undue difficulty. Right Honorable Speaker, undue difficulty exists where the recovery remains possible in theory but would rather require measures that are unreasonable, disproportionate, and likely to produce a satisfactory fiscal outcome. Here, URA considers 1, the complexity and duration of the proposed enforcement, 2, the location, ownership, and value of available and duration of the proposed enforcement, 2, the location, ownership, and value of available assets, 3, legal and evidential obstacles, 4, the likely amount and timely recovered, 5, the taxpayer's ability to comply under the structured arrangement, 6, the effect of enforcement on a viable business, employment, or essential services, and 7, whether the government action or administrative failure contributed materially to the accumulation of the liability. And 7, whether the government action or administrative failure contributed materially to the accumulation of the liability. Another factor is excessive cost of recovery. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the recovery cost is excessive where the anticipated public expenditure and administrative effort are disproportionate to the amount likely to be collected. The assessment includes staff time, litigation, tracing, valuation, storage, receivership, auction, and cross-border enforcement costs. The comparison between the expected net recovery and the total likely cost is done to determine and cross-border enforcement costs. The comparison between the expected net recovery and the total likely cost is done to determine the net gain. Mr. Speaker, other additional considerations that may include the following. 1, the taxpayer's compliance history. Whether the liability, 2 is whether the liability arose from fraud, concealment, deliberate default, genuine error, or circumstances beyond the taxpayer's control. 3, the taxpayer's cooperation and disclosure of assets. 4, the previous payment arrangements and the efforts to comply. 5, whether the taxpayer dissipated assets to defeat recovery. 6, the economic and social consequences of enforcement. 7, that's to defeat recovery. 6, the economic and social consequences of enforcement. 7, the taxpayer's contribution to employment, essential services, or national deployment. And 8, whether the partial rather than full remission would employment, essential services, or national deployment. And 8, whether the partial rather than full remission would achieve a fair result. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the remission or waiver provided for under Section 43 is an important instrument of revenue administration rather than an exception to the tax laws. It recognizes that the objective of tax administration is to ensure the greatest practicable net revenue while administering the law fairly, consistently, and efficiently. By establishing objective criteria, transparent procedures, and clear institutional responsibilities, this policy seeks to ensure that remission is exercised only institutional responsibilities. This policy seeks to ensure that remission is exercised only in those exceptional cases where continued recovery no longer serves the interest of sound tax administration or the public interest. In doing so, it preserves confidence in the integrity of Uganda's tax system while ensuring that the statutory discretion conferred by Parliament is exercised in a principled, accountable, and consistent manner. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Karim Masaba, Honorable Nakiye, Honorable Javira. Then Honorable Karim Masaba, Honorable Nakiye, Honorable Javira. Then, yes, Timugawa, Timugiwe, then Kungu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I do want to thank the Minister.
And Chief Whip. We conclude with that.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
2 minutes each.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable, and I do want to thank the Minister for the statement. I just have about 3 points. One is where the law is being abused by the Minister and his team, why I would assume it's being misused. When you look at the hardship, it did not come out clear under what hardship. Right Honorable, we've seen cases where they are bringing these waivers. For example, on rental tax, someone has been sick for a while and the Minister states that this person is under difficult conditions, but the person owns properties in Kampala and those properties are still earning, they are still earning income from them. So why would they bring such a waiver? The other incident I've seen that concerns pay as you earn, where the Minister brings waivers for taxes like pay as you earn, which taxes are deducted. So the employer is more of someone who is just keeping this money on behalf of government. He's receiving it from his employees and remit it to government. So these cases, in my view, some of them are not justifiable. Right Honorable, when you look at Section 41 of the TPC, the allocation rule, this is something that URA should be implementing, but currently many people are facing challenges because this law is not implemented quite well. When I pay my tax, it is supposed to first go and clear my principal, then the penal tax and interest later on. But you'll find that someone's taxes keep accumulating because URA wants to clear some of the interest, some of the penal tax, and some of the outstanding principal. So they keep accumulating, and in the end, many people fail to pay these taxes. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker and members, I've seen scenarios where URA and the Ministry of Finance, they're demanding people taxes in over 20 years back. For someone is being demanded taxes of 2013, 2010, and yet in the laws that we made in the previous Parliament, we put a provision where anyone who has an outstanding tax as of 2016, the entire tax, the principal, the penalties, and everything should be cleared off. And then those of you who are clearing off your taxes in this current financial year, as long as you pay your outstanding principal, they should waive off the entire interest and penalty. But we see people still being demanded these huge sums.
Thank you. That's Honorable Naki.
Still being demanded these huge sums.
Thank you. That's Honorable Naki.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've had the privilege of looking at the applications for tax waivers as a member of the Finance Committee, and as Karim.
And please, you don't discuss
Yes,
what is
yes.
going on.
I'm not going into the details.
Yes.
I'm giving a general view. Now, my concern has been, for example, you have a supplier who has supplied goods to one company, and say the invoice is say the invoice is 100 million. When they are paying this person, they are going to pay 94 million. They are retaining 6 million as withholding tax. Then this entity which has retained the 6 million is failing to remit the 6 million to URA. And yet this person is supposed to be credited in URA under his account because the 6 million is supposed to help him to offset future taxes. Now, if you don't remit, that is theft. They are simply stealing people's money because you have collected the 6%, but you have refused to remit to URA, and you are claiming that you have difficulty because you have used the money maybe to buy an iPhone for your girlfriend. So that is not our problem. This House must therefore pronounce itself that in case of waivers, they should apply to iPhone for your girlfriend. So that is not our problem. This House must therefore pronounce itself that in case of waivers, they should apply to other taxes, but not withholding tax, because that is money for third parties. It is not for the entities. Thank you.
I hope there is no one who is whom they are bringing on the floor. Because withholding means if you are supposed to pay me 1 million, okay, you're going to pay me 940. Because withholding means if you are supposed to pay me 1 million, okay, you're going to pay me 940,000. You remain with my 60,000, which you remit URA. And then when I have future tax obligations, I come and reconcile with URA. Now, for companies which are withholding tax exempted, you pay them free. So how come you got money to pay this one free, and then mine, which you took away under the law, you can't remit it? I hope no one is asking for such an exemption. That would be weird. Away under the law, you can't remit it. I hope no one is asking for such an exemption. That would be weird. I would be interested to understand more how that would happen. I've already picked the colleagues to speak. It was Honorable Javira next, then Honorable Timugiwi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the Minister for this criteria, because the whole country has been asking, how are these tax waivers given? How are the taxpayers selected for these tax waivers? But I wanted to note a few things. First of all, on the arrangement of the document, Honorable Speaker, in March last year, the minister presented another similar document that is about the governance framework for tax expenditures. And that document was well arranged, indicating the objectives. We have copies here that we derived from your website. Yes, and they are presented by the minister. So that document indicated very well the objectives, the rationale, but this one leaves the readers to fish out these very important introductory statements, which the minister should have clarified in his presentation. The other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister also doesn't clearly state the responsibilities of the key stakeholders in these documents. For instance, the taxpayer, the ministry, URA, and so on and so forth. I think it would have been prudent.
Thank you. Honorable Tim Gong.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Uganda Revenue Authority always tracks it and has data on compliance of VAT, on how many people are not filing up, or entities, including individuals. But we have never seen any system showing how many people are actually not claiming, or how many entities are not claiming for the VAT. And that report has also never been brought here by the Minister of Finance. VAT is supposed to be claimed back. So what happens to that money? There are many people who are not claiming. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, in most of the international airports, you find that there is a clear channel on how foreign nationals can claim back their tax before exiting the country. In our airport at Entebbe, we do not see that. Because people who have purchased, who have valid receipts, are supposed to claim back before departure in their country. What systems are there in place? And in terms of waivers, we have seen some medical workers, including the nurses, who are actually being charged even taxes on their allowance as little as even lunch allowance. What is the ministry doing in trying to help them with the little pay they get, including the ones of the interns here? We have seen they get 1.2 and they lose over 200,000 on taxes. What is the ministry doing on trying to help some of our medical interns and workers in waiving the taxes as little as even on lunch allowance? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Muiru. Then Honorable Kungu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Minister, for the statement in the format it has been described by our Shadow Minister. Right Honorable Speaker and the Minister, you've talked about waivers, but this statement falls short of talking about the blue paper by the President, where the President, the Minister of Finance, pays taxes for selected or specified business people. So I want to know how does people access for Minister of, what is the criteria for Minister of Finance paying for selected business people taxes? Because you are telling us which is provided for in the schedule as waivers, and the one which is moved by the Commissioner General of Uganda Revenue Authority, if it has been applied, but you are not speaking to those blue papers. Maybe also your statement would show us how many people have benefited from the blue paper and how they were actually arrived at. I thank you.
Yeah, but Honorable, why don't we limit ourselves? Because I say I don't want the minister to be accused of answering what he has not been. You see, this was a requirement by the floor. He was guided on what to bring.
Right Honorable Speaker, the statement is talking about a waiver. If I'm supposed to pay a tax, and the Minister of Finance undertakes to pay my tax, it is in a waiver. It is a waiver in a way. But
no, there is a difference between a waiver and an exemption. Yes, because we provide all these. Let the minister, okay, I request Honorable Muiru that the minister be limited to what we told him to do. And then maybe we can ask for more information, okay? if needed, if we wanted to widen the scope.
Right Honorable Speaker, the exemptions are within the law, and the schedule of the relevant act provides for the exemptions. And the waivers we're talking about, it is also provided for under the law, which is recommended by the Commissioner General URA on instance of the taxpayer. But there are also waivers, the minister has understood them, where blue papers fly to Minister of Finance, and Minister of Finance pays. I thought.
Okay. Now, to play safe, Honorable Muir has said the minister has understood them. So, you, the presiding officer, you have done. The minister has understood. So, Honorable Minister, you will explain what you've understood. Honorable Kungu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Once again, I'm Kungu Samuel. I represent the people of Chigulu North Constituency in Iganga District. Right Honorable Speaker, I got the opportunity of working with the Uganda Revenue Authority for 12 years. And during that time, I noticed that this is one of the sections of the law which is highly abused because it is not really definite. As you've seen, the definition is, the minister used here, the definition of hardship and so on are not defined in the Act. The indicators he gave us here are not here. Right Honorable Speaker, we want the Act to be specific. Let there be a practice note so that we know what is hardship. We don't want a situation where someone says, this is hardship, this is not hardship. Because the section says, if the Commissioner General is of the opinion, this is opinion. We don't want subjectivity in these words. Let there be a practice notes to define this. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Katavazi, then Honorable Seke. We conclude with Honorable Seke.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make my comments on the statement delivered by the Minister. I want to thank the Minister for giving us a starting point, especially for members of Parliament sitting on the Finance Committee and members of Parliament generally. Right Honorable Speaker, the statement is talking about hardships, but is not expanding to look at the protective measures against this potential abuse, because there could be those individuals who might transfer assets, who might decide to move assets out of this country, and the person is creating artificial hardships. So we need this to be expanded to include those protections so that we give waivers to those who deserve them. There's also an issue of government hardship and administrative lapses that the Minister talked about. This needs also to be expanded. There could be those hardships that are occasioned by government delay, for example, to pay a supplier. You know, tax on accrual basis. You have supplied, you have indicated this as income earned, and the URA has registered it, and then it starts attracting penalties, and government takes 10 years to pay. Those are some of the hardships that we might talk about. Then there's all hardships that come through administrative lapses. You go to URA, you go to objections, they send you to ADR, from ADR, Tax Appeals Tribunal, to mediation. And then you discover that some of the solutions that you are looking at, URA is not in position to give you a remedy. URA is simply tossing you up and about. So I think some of those complaints that are relating to genuine administrative.
Thank you. Honorable Seke. Then Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Minister, thank you very much for the statement. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a particular category of taxpayers that the Minister is not talking about. When the government started distributing coffee seeds, a supplier was required to open a TIN number because they were doing business. But once this program stopped, these people were not submitting returns. But each time, each year, URA continues sending assessments, and these monies keep on increasing. And when you look at this person, stopped business long time ago, but money keeps on increasing. Where do they go? I hope probably those ones would benefit from the tax waivers. I tried to take some of my farmers to the URA, but we are not helped. So I want the Honorable Minister to help us. How do we address this? Because the money keeps on increasing, but they are not able to pay. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Minister, this matter, you very well know, you've been here. I think it is an issue of trust and fairness. People believing that for you to get a tax waiver, you have to be connected. Okay? And that's because when we go back, we ask questions. We receive people asking, how can a taxpayer from Mitoma, from Ik, from Kabong, from where, get on this list? Because when you look at the people who are benefiting, Kampala, so the big guys who are around. So, and yet we have very, very small people who are even struggling most. Number two, when you go, maybe this time I think we should instruct the Committee on Finance. I had seen the chair here. That since the minister has given very clear parameters, before bring us a report, go visit these businesses, establish. You'll find some of them are doing extremely well. There are some who are genuinely struggling, but you'll find some who are doing well. Okay, but it goes with the proverbial verse in the Bible, where those who have, that's a feeling of the people. That's a general feeling of the people. So, Honourable Minister, I request that you look into that issue deeply, of trust of people believing that there is a fair process which can be accessed by anyone, small or big, and they can have a chance. Not only the big connected people who have access to URA, to the ministry, to the president, that can benefit. Honourable Minister? Now, if Rob, I had sat on Dr. Wakida, so if I'm to allow you, I'll allow Dr. Wakida, because he has been behind some of these studies for some time. Dr. Wakida, then I allow Rob, then the minister responds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of tax waiver have been defined. Unfortunately, we will be Speaker. The purpose of tax waiver have been defined. Unfortunately, we will be seeking clarity from the minister, because out of those clarities, you get a lot of money lost. If you look at the reports from the Auditor General, right from 2022, 2023, 2022, 2024, 2025, it all talks about government losing revenue due to abuse of tax exemptions and waivers. There is inadequate monitoring. Even the ministry itself admitted that 1.3 trillion in waivers could not be accounted for in a 2024-2025. 1.3 trillion in waivers. I'll give you the report. When you read the PAC reports of 2024-2025, it also talks about how the ministry is giving away taxes and getting nothing in return. The bottom line, Honorable Minister, you are not being duped by the taxpayers. But the policy we make in this House will help the Minister of Finance. It will help all of those people in the revenue collection to solve this problem. But let me ask the Honorable Minister here. Honorable Minister, if this House asked you to table for us the performance report for the last 50 at least for the 50 companies that got investment waivers, how many jobs were created against what had promised? Can you please give us that report?
Thank you. Point of order is Ingoma? No. The member is gone. Honorable Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's statement, firstly, we are glad we are getting this update, even though we are saying, Mr. Speaker, the minister's statement, firstly, we are glad we are getting this update, even though we are saying there should be room to improve. There's a lot of ambiguity. When you mention reasons like hardship, illness, inability, and all of these different, they are ambiguous. And yet they should not be, especially for the public which is seeking to benefit, so that they get to know this is what hardship means. That means I can qualify, so let me apply. But it's not clear. Mr. Speaker, the other element that is missing, which is very critical, I don't know why the minister or but it's not clear. Mr. Speaker, the other element that is missing, which is very critical, I don't know why the minister, or the ministry for that matter anyway, does not do post-waiver evaluation so that it informs decisions on future requests. So you need to establish these waivers that we allowed. What was the impact on the economy? Did they do what we intended? Saving jobs, those are some of the reasons. Government says this company, if it closes down, we are going to lose all these jobs and so on. Do you actually go and do a post-waiver analysis to establish, did we actually save these jobs? Or did we enrich a particular individual? It's important that that gets to happen. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in the last parliament, we spoke ourselves hoarse. We spoke our voices hoarse on a couple of issues. That there are, apart from the waivers, there are private companies to which government extends support, saying they are heavily indebted, they are about to crumble, and yet they employ many people. And so government says, let's give them a shot in the arm. And we kept wondering, when is government going to come up with a comprehensive criteria, a modus operandi that is known?
Conclude, Lop, conclude.
That people know, and these companies, that we can apply for support. Government gave Day Biopharma industry 724 billion shillings. And I'm told now they are asking for extra 1.6 trillion. And there's no clarity yet on where is the value for money. Government gave a Tiak sugar factory 768 billion shillings. Up to now, there's no sugar coming out of there. Inspire Africa Coffee Factory in Ntungamo was given 180 billion shillings. Rocco, 266 billion shillings. And we hear from some of the people who work at these companies that some have gone for months without even being paid. And yet government was saying, you're heavily indebted, let's support you so that these jobs are not lost. Government said, we are buying stake. Did you actually establish the value of this company? And there is no report on all these different things. How does company X know I can also benefit the way Day Biopharma, Atiak, Inspire, and so on get to benefit? These things are not clear. And by the way, government, you end up struggling. So people begin to accuse you to say, this Day Biopharma, this Inspire, these things are not clear. And by the way, government, you end up struggling. So people begin to accuse you to say, this Day Biopharma, this Inspire, it must be owned by a powerful person in government. And yet that might not even be true. But when there is no clarity so that others get to benefit, it becomes a problem.
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank colleagues for the input they have made on my statement. Mr. Speaker, I want to start with the Honorable Joel Senyonyi. Mr. Speaker, we passed a law here called the Investment Code Act. It defines all the incentives we extend to our investors. And also, every year, we pass tax laws. In the Investment Code Act, we said tax incentives will always be provided for in various tax laws. And Mr. Speaker, when you refer to our tax laws in place, they define most of these concerns members have been provided by this House in the law. For example, we say if you are investing in hotel business of a certain investment capital, here are the following incentives, exemptions that you will be given. So, therefore, Honorable Senyonyi, except for the exceptional circumstances, I can come here and explain. Those which are not already in the existing laws, I can study the exemptions we have given, the exemptions or the incentives we have given, then I come back and explain. I want to touch the ambiguity element together with what Honorable Chichoncho Katabazi, in Kabale we call him KP. He's the MP for Chiga. The ambiguity element. Mr. Speaker, yes, every colleague here has a right to be suspicious. When there is suspicion, what is the remedy for suspicion? The remedy for suspicion is controls. If you are managing an entity, in order to prevent me from doing what I'm not supposed to do, you put controls in place. What controls have we put in place to ensure that this aspect of suspicion, protection from abuse is dealt with? Mr. Speaker, as I explained, we start with URA. From URA to finance. From finance, you come to Parliament. And then eventually, a decision is arrived at. At every stage, this criteria I have defined should be checked. That is the importance of internal control mechanisms. And where you find a loophole, you flag it. You say, no, here, this one should not qualify because of the following reasons. And Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that there are very many unqualifying companies which want to move along this section of the law, which have failed to pass the test. Even in this Parliament here, I remember last Parliament, I brought a company. I will not mention the name because it is in business. No. But I know Parliament rejected my request because they subjected this company to this criteria and it could not meet the test. And I conceded. So, Mr. Speaker, another question. Honorable Wakida, Doctor, we need to differentiate between a tax waiver and a tax exemption. Most of the companies you are referring to fall under the category of tax and a tax exemption. Most of the companies you are referring to fall under the category of tax exemption. So the exemption lists the companies, the 50, together with the job creation. I am going to bring you to do a study for the House and come back here and present the 50 companies who have given waivers and how the waivers have benefited this economy. That information, Right Honorable Speaker, I can provide. Waivers and how the waivers have benefited this economy. That information, Right Honorable Speaker, I can provide. The one of tea seedlings, I don't have information with me now. Honorable Mwiru, Paul, accessing tax waiver through a blue letter. Yes, it is true. The President is the chief executive of this country, and he listens to the concerns of the people of Uganda. But when he sends a blue letter, the last paragraph mainly is asking me to ascertain whether the law, whether what he wishes to provide fits within the law. So I must make sure that the presidential directive is implemented in accordance with this criteria which I have given. If it doesn't meet the criteria, I write back. I go back to him and say, Sir, Your Excellency, this taxpayer wished to have this, but the law provides otherwise, and I advise how best the taxpayer can be helped. Then there is another colleague. I think my first response also catered for the MP from Chiguru. Then there is on taxation of allowances, lunch allowance. Mr. Speaker, Section 19 of the Income Tax Act provides for employment income. And employment income includes, it is basic salary plus other allowances, which includes lunch allowance. So, Mr. Chair, we are not doing, sorry, Mr. Speaker, we are not doing anything outside the law. Whatever we are taxing is in accordance with the law which Parliament has considered and passed. Key stakeholders in the process, Honorable Isaac, I will find out, I'm not in practice now, I will find out what unclaimed VAT, especially at the airport, how we deal with it, the treatment of VAT which is not claimed. I have taken your concern. The tax expenditure framework by Honorable Javira, which we have on our website. I think also Honorable Akida saw that website. Mr. Speaker, this is a comprehensive report that deals with exemptions, remissions, waivers, and all the other things we do. And I think, let me say this. These exemptions are always reviewed to check whether they are meeting the economic objectives. And where we find that a certain exemption has lived its usefulness, we normally come back here seeking termination. So I will be, in the second half of the year, when we are considering the budget, I look forward to having more engagements and give you a report to those we feel they are doing well and should be maintained, and those we propose to terminate. And today I was meeting with the business sector. We had the regional industrialization conference. The key issue here coming out, and which we shall consult the private sector further about, session conference. The key issue here coming out, and which we shall consult the private sector further about, is they want equal treatment. They want equal treatment. They want this principle of taxation to apply, equity. If a manufacturer X is getting an incentive or an exemption and is in the production of a product which is being produced by another manufacturer Y, who is paying, not getting, this brings unfairness in the market. And they have asked me to find ways of bringing uniformity in the business environment by addressing some of these challenges. Mr. Speaker, pay as you earn, should be paid when it falls due. We are telling you this company is sick. We are telling you these companies we are facilitating are sick. So when you are sick, sometimes you fail to eat, or you eat what you are not supposed to eat, including pay as you earn for the people whom you are supposed to pay it for. Honorable Karim, we implement tax laws as they are. If we pass a law that we shall offset all those obligations which fell due from 2016 and below, and this was done here by me and you not long ago in May. So allow me time to implement the law. The tax laws of May came into force in July. Give me 3 months, I come back and give you feedback. But we shall implement the laws as they were passed by Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, you've seen, we cannot just leave it to the minister alone. Section 43 of the Tax Procedures Code Act gives us enough power to scrutinize deeply. So we are part of the steps. So, Honorable Max Ochai, I know you know this very, very well. So I think for any tax exemptions that we bring reports on here for approval, we should include visiting the companies. Yeah, visiting the companies, seeing whether they still even exist, seeing how they are state. If we find you have capacity to do your work and recover, we shouldn't be giving you that waiver, you know. Otherwise, it's causing us many problems. Some people coming, petitioning you, I need a waiver. So I hope we do a thorough job using the law. So colleagues, let's go back to our item on electricity. These were also very critical items. I think we've done a good job in this short time on these critical issues. Now, on this item, Kirak first call the item, then I guide.
Item 3.1, statement on rural electrification in the country.
Yeah, honorable colleagues, the minister reached out to me and said that there is a part which he had not worked on, and he felt during the debate we are touching it, part of what they are doing and the projects they have in the pipeline. I remember I had asked him to tell us about that. So, honorable minister, I can give you 10 minutes. You update us on that, and then we continue with the debate. Honorable Nsamba is asking, are you changing the statement, or this is an addendum or addition? And it's uploaded.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm not changing the item. It is actually, I presented the past. That was rare. I didn't get an opportunity to present what the Rural Electrification Department is doing and what has been packaged for the future.
Honorable, that's a misrepresentation. When you say you didn't get an opportunity, your whole statement was captured. You didn't bring that. You have brought it today, and I'm allowing you to do it.
Thank you.
I'm being generous, so don't portray me wrongly.
Thank you.
Procedure, Honorable Nsamba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we need to be very careful with this minister.
Don't point at him. You're warning, you're scaring him. Okay?
Right, Honorable, to be very careful with this minister.
Don't point at him. You're warning, you're scaring him. Okay?
Right, Honorable, he was the minister when polls were delivered to people's constituencies. Because of the pressure the members of parliament were putting up. After the elections, those polls were picked in some constituencies and taken away. Now, I am worried, Right Honorable Speaker, because of the pressure the members have put up, he might have concocted something to give promise to members so that the members can, everybody can calm down, and at the end of the day, nothing will be done. Right Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding well when we gave this minister time to present a statement and he presented the whole of it And now he's bringing an addendum and we want to accept it. I'm proceeding very right, Honorable.
Now, Honorable, the minister said he presented the past. Okay? Now he wanted to update you with the present and the future. And also, I think you can be kind enough not to accuse the minister of concocting in anticipation. Why don't you clarify that? Because concocting is a strong word. And then we give him a chance, he presents.
Maybe, Right Honorable, I used a wrong word, maybe. But I meant that this ministry is fond of lying to members.
Oh, that's even worse.
I want him to confirm that what he's going to present before we accept that it is not another lie.
Can we say this minister maybe is not used to fulfilling what he tells us here? Because the situations can make you fail to fulfill what you...
You know, Right Honorable, I have some blood of the Wachiga. Sometimes I say things the way I feel them. So he can confirm to us that this is the truth, and members, whatever they promise is going to happen in members' constituencies. Otherwise, Right Honorable, many members of Parliament lost elections because of accusations of not doing work when the ministry was given opportunity, and they just move on like that. Okay, so I'm just worried, Right Honorable.
Yeah, I was cautious of not applying Rule 86 on anticipation. Because we shouldn't anticipate and say, Honorable Minister, I know you, what you're going to present is... So let's give him a benefit of doubt. The minister presents, and then we debate what he presents. Honorable Minister, this is an addendum for purposes of the Hansard team.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, my colleague, who have always worked together. So new projects which are actually, which have commenced, projects which have commenced, going by what we debated. Rural electrification project funded by government of Uganda. We have 7 lots. These 7 lots are ongoing, and the cost is 145 billion. And you approved the release of that money. And that project is covering Lot 8 and Lot 4, covering those continuity from Lot 8 and Lot 4 of the rural electrification. And that project covers major parts of the country. And this is the project where I received 30 billion shillings at the end of the budget. And as we talk, many contractors who are on those lots are actually out in the field working. And many of you have actually thanked me for those projects to be on board. Number 2, and it's in Annex 15 in the big document. Then we have electrification of small and medium enterprises funded again by government of Uganda. This one is actually meant to deliver electricity to small and micro enterprises that were developed by government, especially in agriculture. There are so many mini factories. Honorable Kibasanga talked about it. We have a project which is going to take electricity to those small and micro enterprises. We have another project, additional grid extension works to power lines constructed under African Development Bank. This work includes the construction of 35.3 African Development Bank. This work includes the construction of 35.39 kilometers of medium voltages, and this one is mainly addressing western Uganda, midwestern, south and southwestern Uganda territories. And if you look at Annex 16, you'll actually find the areas which are covered by this project. And some of the questions raised that there are standing poles, it's work going on in those areas. Projects funded by development partners, there is electricity access scale-up. This was a subject of our discussion, which I presented the first day. I don't need to repeat that presentation. You know what it covers, but I'll go to the next project. Grade densification program phase 2 funded by KfW. This a grant by German government. Is one of the projects being undertaken in regards to the grid densification program. What does that mean? Densification is where there are medium voltage lines, but they are not transformers. The areas which you said electricity goes through over urban areas, but without any electrification. This project is meant to now drop the transformers in the various parts of the country where electricity is running above the institution, especially the medium voltage, injection of transformers. And what causes the line moving, skipping some parts? Development is running very fast in this country. We may have taken a line aiming to take to a sub-county, but as we took electricity to the sub-county, there are some in this country. We may have taken a line aiming to take to a sub-county, but as we took electricity to the sub-county, there are certain centers which have developed and they require electrification now. This project is meant to provide transformers such that those areas get electrified. I would want, this part is actually very important for us, the projects which are being developed. And these are the projects which are looking more to answering a question like the one Honorable Akorikin raised. What is it? How can we now electrify? This is where we need to pay more attention. There is Uganda Rural Electrification Access Project Phase 2. And this one is going to cover 49 districts. And they are going to have 259.7 thousand kilometers of medium voltage. And this one is going to target 352 schools. And this is an area of our concern. And then it is also going to cover 282 health centers and 537 small-scale enterprises. This is where you'd want actually to cover whatever developments you are having in your constituency. Whatever developments you are having in your constituencies. This is a project which is going to come to you for approval. It is going to be funded by African Development Bank. The project is ready. Number 2, Last Mile Electrification Support Project. This one is also meant to cover 34 districts countrywide. We are going to select. And it is a budget of 9.5 billion. And again, it is going to cover schools, it's going to cover health centers, and then 100 small and medium enterprises with a 413 kilometers of medium voltage, 1,964 of low voltage. Project number 3, which is coming, grade expansion to support parish development model. This is where we expect the MPs to actually see that the parish development model.
Honourable Minister, at what stage are these projects?
They are coming.
These are issues which Honourable Sambabo. At what stage are they?
They have actually been packaged, and these are the ones I'm coming for approval in Parliament.
So they already passed cabinet?
They have actually passed the Development Committee of Ministry of Finance. So they are actually projects which are coming.
So you're already engaging the funders?
Yes.
Okay, go on. No, Honorable Kwizera, I'll give you a chance. I know your issue. I'll give you a chance to raise it. Just go on. Because when I kept, because I don't want us to debate in anticipation. Our rules stop us from that, and I don't want us to commit and someone comes and says, no, we went, we told you we had the project, but we looked for money, the funder failed. So that's why I was asking, at what stage are they?
Than the initial preparatory discussions with the funders. That's why I'm even talking about the funders.
Okay.
Now, I'm actually alerting the members of parliament. These are projects which are in the offing, and we should pay more attention to them when they come. So that's the reason I'm giving you these projects. And
Procedure on Narima.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the statement that the minister is presenting, which you called an addendum, it's part of the statement he delivered to us last time. So, want it to be procedurally right. We present our matters. Since for him, he already knows every content of his statement, and he left it with us. So, want it to be procedurally right. We present our issues, then for him, he can come back and rectify and he'll tell us.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, the MPs are saying they've read because you uploaded everything. So they are saying we would rather now go on debate. You capture their issues. I don't know if you're comfortable with that, Honourable Minister.
if they have actually read, because most of the questions, like they didn't read in the initial debate, and yet the papers were presented to you. So that's okay, let's proceed to debate.
Thank you, the Minister is ready. I'll start with Honorable Linus Ngopek. I go to Dr. Musa Noah, I go to Honorable Cadet, I go to Ik, Hilary Rokwang, and then I come to Mr. Msingu's here. Honorable colleagues, don't mind, I'm just first speaking this side, then after I come this side, okay? Don't stretch. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Patrick, please. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You know, it's very interesting. For example, our dear minister here, we have issues at Karuma because Karuma hosts the biggest dam, providing the biggest power output, or on the national grid. We provide 600 megawatts of power at the dam. But 15 years down the road, the PAPs have not been compensated, or have never been compensated. And yet, whenever the minister gets to know that the president is about to visit the district, the minister comes before time, just to do PR. Now, if we are talking about electricity to the rural population, and then also electricity to the people who are affected by the project, our PAPs in Karuma for the last 15 years have not been paid or compensated. And most of them are old people, they're dying. Some of them are people who migrated from the LRA war from northern Uganda to Karuma, Bunyoro, but until today, they have not been compensated. And here we are talking about rural electrification. Of course, when you engage the minister, he paints, okay, for us in Kiriandong, we refer to him as Chemical Ali. Remember the Chemical Ali, yes, who was in Saddam Hussein's government, who would do a lot of PR.
Why don't you leave those issues in Kiriandong, Honorable, instead of clarifying them on the... You can just... You can conclude on your line.
It's the pain that we're
I know
through.
the pain.
Our people should be compensated. The president came there when he was to commission the project. That was in 2024. I remember in September. The president asked them to engage the population and arrange a meeting between the PAPs and the president. But up to today...
Honorable, we put money in the budget, in this year's budget. Okay? So maybe Honorable Kasai can...
They gave us 10 billion, but compensation needs about 60 billion, because for them they want to construct houses for these pups and relocate them to a national park in Nwoya.
Okay.
But we don't want that. At least let them give people money. Even if they give us 50 million per family, it's better than constructing a house at the national park where animals will also come to chase away people.
Thank you.
The place is called Lapono in Moya, but we are not comfortable with that. Let them give these old people money or compensation, then we go and buy land elsewhere and construct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Honorable Minister, I don't want this issue swallowed up. Let's sort this issue now. But information is given to a member on the floor. That's what our rules say.
Right, Honorable Speaker. What Honorable Linos is talking about is a case which is at its conclusion. The money was released, and we're actually taking the PAPs to show their land where the houses are going to be built, and the plans for the houses have actually been approved by government. And for the fear of wildlife, it is going, that area is going to be fenced with an electric wire. So,
Honorable Minister, why don't you engage leaders from the region? Okay, why? Can you engage with the leaders? Can you call the Honorable Linos? Because me, I'll be giving him space on the floor if you don't do that.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The Committee of Environment and Natural Resources is actually scheduled to be in that region on Friday. And one of the things we are going to talk is actually today, the PAPs, assuring them that the land and the plans for the houses have actually gone beyond where we can reverse to getting money to the population.
Thank you. But Honorable, I think you had my advice, engage leaders. Because if you bring Honorable Linos on board, he will go and talk to his people. But if you don't, you'll find it difficult in you doing your work. So just let's resume on the debate. So I had picked a few colleagues, Honorable Bia, Honorable Musa, Honorable Biara, Honorable Cadet, Honorable Ik, Honorable Kashari, Honorable. Yes, I'm going to pick here.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. First of all, I want to thank the Minister for the report, and I had the opportunity to look at the report. Right Honorable Speaker, my situation of power in my constituents can only be compared to Obongi district in West Nile. And this is due to a situation created by ministry. If you look at all the projects we have in West Nile, you see that the projects that go to refugee hosting districts. But when these projects reach the district, they only limited it to refugee hosting sub-counties. But I want to thank the minister. 2 months ago, the team was sent to the constituents, and they have been doing surveys, and they informed the committees for the implementation of the project. But what I want to plead with the minister to see that this project doesn't suffer the fate of most of the projects that we have in the country. I want to comment on the challenges the minister highlighted in the report. One of the biggest challenges to the sector is funding. And he made an appeal that this House should reconsider the 5% which was removed when we amended the energy law. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to agree with the minister. We know that energy is one of the key enablers. All of us need power in our rural constituents. And if we cannot allocate resources for power for the ministry, and then we should allow the ministry to mobilize resources. My view is that we should really consider the charge on bulk purchase of power. We could do about 2 to 5%, 2 to 3%, not necessarily 2.5%. But the ministry need to look at the reasons for which this charge was removed. One of the arguments was that we needed to remove monopoly so that we can have many entities have bulk purchase of power.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, we are doing only 2 minutes each, so be cautious. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the Minister for the presentation, but I would want to also, in the footsteps of my colleague, to say that in Bunyaruguru, we have over 11,000 households with no access to the electricity grid. That translates to 61,000 people without electricity. Now, we all know that electricity is the basis for a modern economy. Now, when we talk about transforming Uganda, you cannot transform it without electricity. And therefore, when you look at the government data, Honorable Speaker, in Bunyaruguru we have over 60,000 people between 30 years and 15 years who are not educated, not in employment, and not in training. And the only way of getting those people out of poverty through inclusive transformation is by making sure that we have electricity, extensions in the constituency, more so the most affected areas like Ndangara, Mugogo, and many others. It is through that we shall develop them through trainings in Juwakali, carpentry, saloon, hotels, small restaurants, and we cannot do that minus electricity. Honorable colleagues, if we don't have electricity in our constituencies, trust me that only 20% will come back, or it will lead also to monetization of the elections. Therefore, it is important that we assign money, that we have enough electricity that transform our constituencies and districts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I had allowed Ik.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, my name is Lukwang Hilary. I represent people of E County in Kabong District. Mr. Speaker, I've been writing for the last 11 years, requesting for power from 2016 up to now. I have never captured an eye of the duty bearer. Since that time, Mr. Speaker, we have been singing about affirmative action for the marginalized and the regions that are still behind. But it seems that unless you have connections, then you can get. These ministers lie every day. They like lying us. They don't tell us the truth. Honestly, in every project, there must be the beginning and the end. And we want the minister to tell us that when are we starting to receive power and when will it end? Because we have not seen it. We have schools, we have health centers. We are talking about promoting ICT. How shall we connect a computer to PowerPoint if you don't have? We are talking about promoting ICT. How shall we connect a computer to PowerPoint if you don't have power in your school? How shall we mix the reagents in the lab if you don't have power? How shall we get access the machines that diagnose the patients without the power? Mr. Speaker, we need an action. We need affirmative action, for sure, to be honest. Honorable Minister been coming to your office. My letters are in your office. Please help us and give us power. Otherwise, our voters will not be happy with us unless you are saying.
Thank you. Now maybe for the new colleagues, okay, for the information of the new colleagues. Honorable Hilary Lukwang presents the IC. The IC presents the IC. The IC in Kabong. The IC are some of the endangered tribes. So the Ik, the Tepet, the Batwa, and the Banyabindi. I think, huh? Yes, Banyabindi of Kasesa. I think they are 4. And you remember the president, why I brought out this, so that Honourable Minister, you give it the serious attention. The president said that the Deliberate created that constituency of around, they had around 2,000 voters. Yes. Yes. No, that time, Honorable, I remember the president telling us around 2,000 voters. But it's because of their nature. So they are in the mountains, and Honorable Eek has been the advocate. And
Honorable, can I correct the information? Because most of my colleagues always like saying that I have 1,000 voters. Honestly, we are 17,000 people. Now, how many can be the voters? If you can calculate.
You tell us.
So we have around 9,000 voters. You visit NRM office, you get an electoral commission. You get the real number of voters in each county.
Thank you.
So you should not talk just like airs.
Thank you.
You need to get the facts.
Thank you. No, so Honorable, colleagues, please sit. Honorable, I'm strengthening your case. I'm making a case for you on why you need affirmative action. Because Honorable Minister, Honorable Hilary Rokwang, has done a big job in reaching out to many of us to come and support the EEC. Remember, there is a time we were talking about how many have up to A level who would qualify. It was a very, very small number. And I think now we're talking about how many have up to A level who would qualify. It was a very, very small number. And I think now we've been working out, there's even one we were working on a scholarship, for medicine. Was it medicine? Okay, he's doing his level best to ensure he gets more qualified people.
Actually, in the education sector, I pay about 80 students.
Yeah.
I have 10 in Metropolitan University. The one I'm paying.
Yeah.
I have 45 in Wick City School. The one I pay. Yeah. I have 2 in Ginger.
Thank you.
I have 5 in Kabong SS. Yeah. I have 2 in Jubilee, in Karenga, and so many others. So I don't need to exhaust my list. I thank you.
Thank you. So Honorable colleagues, Honorable Hilary Rokwanga visited me in office, and we really talked. Really, he uses his emoluments and salary to educate his people so that he can have, he told me his dream is to have at least around 1,000 EEC who can finish A level, who can be qualified to. So, Honorable Minister, I've gone into details of all this so that the EEC of Kabong, you give them special attention. The EEC, the Tepet, you know, those 2 endangered tribes in Karamoja, they need to be given serious attention. And I'm going to follow up with you on that. I know even in Mitoma I have my challenges, but I'm going to follow up seriously with you on the issue of the EEC of Kabong to ensure that endangered tribe is supported. Yes, so I was still on this side. I had allowed Honorable Biara, and then Queen, Buko, yes, and then Honorable Patrick. Then I first go on this side. Yes, Honorable Biara, Manuel.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My queries to the Honorable Minister is that, for example, in the Bulambuli constituency, we have lines that have been constructed, but they pass a full sub-county without connectivity to the households. So is the rural electrification program just a construction program, or really a transformative action that is supposed to change the households? And Right Honorable Speaker, one of my colleagues hinted on very important sector, the health sector. We have health center 3s that have been constructed by government, but you find the nurses are using actually torches in the process of operations and helping mothers who are giving delivery. Can it be an action that for public institutions, for example, health centers, even churches, I don't know whether, Right Honorable Speaker, the church you constructed in Vitereko has power, but for us who are in the Christian world, we want to praise and worship. So please, the education sector. Myself personally, I've tried to help in connecting schools, all girl, like schools for girl children, but there are also other schools within most of the constituencies that don't have power. Please, Honorable Minister, we are here to support you, but there are also other schools within most of the constituencies that don't have power. Please, Honorable Minister, we are here to support you, but please do the necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Buko? Then Kashari. Then.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Tete Chalangat Evelyn, Member of Parliament, Bukwa District. I raise an issue. I want to thank government, this government, NRM government. It has done a lot. In the Bukwa District, it has constructed a road, which is very powerful. There is no road in this country that can be compared to our road, yet it is the worst. Mr. Speaker, sir, this road is no road in this country that can be compared to our road, yet it is the worst. Mr. Speaker, sir, this road is there, and I want to thank God for government. Electricity has been installed in Bukwa District, right from Kapchorwa up to the border. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, the electricity is just along the road. Maybe very few schools and very few health centers are benefiting from electricity. But those roads, those other institutions, like, those ones which are far away from the road don't have. We have 9 seed schools, 9 government schools constructed by World Bank. Very powerful, but no electricity. No power, no nothing. Even the health centers which are far away from the road, they don't have electricity. It is unfortunate. Some 2 months, a woman was taken to a hospital, pregnant woman. And because we didn't have electricity, there was no generator. The doctors used a phone to operate the woman. Unfortunately, she died. We have just buried her. So, and even along the road, we don't have transformers. The power is just there, but they are.
Thank you. Honourable Minister has taken note. Kashari.
Thank you.
And then Honourable Yagarachi, Honourable Naruyima.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Just Honourable Kashava, you're seated on the front bench of the shadow cabinet, and you can't catch my eye when you're in that position. Yes, Honourable Martin, I will pick you. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. For the record, my name is Amusingus Patrick, a representative for Kashari North constituency. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm delighted for having been given an opportunity to talk about electricity, which is a concern for all of us. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to bring to our attention that in the places of Omukagorora, Wamhiji, Buyenje, and Malpapasi Nibisia, we've had transformers which went down 5 months back. To date, nothing has ever been done. And we have schools, we have hospitals, so it really beats my understanding to begin, or I'm inclined to think that maybe it's the public service mentality of doing things, I'm sorry to say. Because I remember I worked in public service sometime back in Uganda Telecom, and we were headhunted to come and revive and revitalize the company. And these are the similar ways of doing things, how things were being done. That mentality of I don't care as long as my salary is coming into my pockets. I'm sorry to say that. Right Honourable Speaker, I would request that there is a place called Akajera on your way to Ibanda. It's a very serious, powerful trading center with so many shops and business, but we just lack a transformer only. The former MPs have written, I've written myself, we have taken their technicians from UEDCL. We just need a transformer for Omokajeda so that we revive that place also to get electricity. And last, My point is I request that we see that all over Uganda and all members of parliament, they are crying about electricity, electricity, electricity. Let's apportion and we say of the 100% electricity that maybe we are going to distribute, let's give each district this percentage so that we are aware and we follow up on those portions of percentages so that I'm 100% sure that this is what I'll be getting in a year. Thank you very much. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now I'm on opposition. If you are not opposition, yes. Yeah. Now, colleagues, let me guide you. Okay? Just sit, I guide you. Okay? Yes, I just want to make it very easy for you so that you follow how I do things when I'm here. So, I've picked from NRM. Now I have to pick from opposition. After picking from opposition, I'll pick independents. Okay? After picking independents, I go back from opposition. After picking from opposition, I'll pick independents. Okay? After picking independents, I go back to NRM. Now, I know there are some NRM who are here. But usually, I look at NRM who are NRM. Now, I know there are some NRM who are here. But usually, I look at NRM who are here in case this side is full. When this side has space, I don't know why NRM rushed to sit this side. So, me, I understand NRM side is here. So if you're NRM, I request you to sit this side. If it is full, I will declare free sitting. Okay? Or it will be difficult for you to catch my eye because I'll be consulting with the leader of opposition and show me your members whom I can pick. Okay? No, that side is okay. Honorable Bigger Rose, where you are, that side is okay. I know. Yes, Honorable Kori, I know that side is okay. Okay? I know that side is okay. I'm meaning this side, especially this corner, including the business class where Honorable Ed is sitting. But if you get full, then I allow free sitting for this side. Okay? Yeah. Okay. So now I'm picking opposition. And even in opposition, colleagues, I try to balance. I look at all parties that are in. So I'm picking NUP, and Honorable Yagarachi, NUP, and Honorable Naruima. Then I pick Honorable Kenya Uma and Honorable Apio as UPC. Then I pick FDC. No, Honorable, you already spoke on this matter of electricity. If you know you submitted on this matter of electricity, kindly let's give others an opportunity. And then DP whip, I'll pick the whip of DP. Okay? Then I again go back to independence and then I come back. I pick you. I want to give you enough time, Honorable colleagues. Please, Honorable Yagarachi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the report he presented on this House. But what, Honorable Speaker, my people are watching here, and one of them sent me a message. Honorable Speaker, since 1997, I have 39 parishes in the constituency. The biggest percentage of the parishes, they don't have power. Since 1997, the time we got the district as Bujiri. And even those small parts that have wires and the transformer and the poles, what Honorable Speaker, power is not consistent. Power just comes in 30 minutes, and within that 30 minutes, it goes off for a week. In the whole district, right, Honorable Speaker, this is unfair. The biggest population in the Bujiri district, Honorable Speaker, most of them, they depend on this, they depend on electricity to get what to eat. So, right, Honorable Minister, we are really disappointed. We are disappointed. Kindly come here and clean the name. You know, people of Busoga, they are over-complaining because they know power is from River Nile. You cannot explain anything. You cannot tell them anything about power. So, right, Honorable Minister, convince the people of Soga so that they can allow us to talk to them when power is off. Lastly, in your report,
Honorable Narima.
Honorable Speaker, when power is off. Lastly, in your report,
Honorable Narima.
Honorable Speaker, 1 minute, kindly.
Honorable Narima.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
Honorable Narima.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on this matter, when I peruse through the statement, we are finding that the minister is not providing adequate, actually it's not anywhere there in the statement, on the matters of submarine power cables. For some of us who are having islands, we are not seeing this being affected. The connection of hydroelectric power to islands. I have Busi Islands. We are praying that really you work on electricity in the islands. Zinga Health Center 3 is one of those affected areas. And also, when you talk about Wakiso in Dabusro North, areas of Masuli, Itana, Mayumba, Kachiri, up to this day, we are still looking at affected areas. And also, when you talk about Wakiso in Dabusro North, areas of Masuli, Itana, Mayumba, Kachiri, up to this day, we are still looking at those political poles. The ones you deposited there 7 years back, up to this day, we don't have lines and connection to the households. We are praying that you please revisit these areas where you connected power, rather where you put poles and power is not there. We are praying that you make us good by ensuring that also health centers, especially those health center 3s that offer maternity services, are catered for countrywide. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kenauma.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, mine is a clarification going to the Minister. I remember in the 11th Parliament, there was a project called Scale Up Project, which was launched in your district in Mitoma. And members of Parliament from various districts were given a percentage that each district will be demarcated and transformers will go to different areas of the district. Up to now, I don't know whether that project is still ongoing because we went and even informed our people that power is now coming. Right Honourable Speaker, this is an alarming situation because as I go now, even my district, the health centers, which does not even have power. We even have seed schools, which does not even have power. Sometimes when you tell people it's a government program is going to come, they say you are not representing them well. We really request that power should be connected, and if possible, I want to implore this for Parliament. We are now starting a budgeting process, representing them well. We really request that power should be connected, and if possible, I want to implore this for Parliament. We are now starting a budgeting process. If we could put something, some good amount of money, and we budget for electricity to be connected to all the districts throughout the country. I want to thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable, if you can recollect, the other week the Minister presented a comprehensive statement on that SCARA project. It's the one which prompted us, because when the debate started, you could see it was off SCARA. So I said, you better bring an updated statement so that we debate from an informed point of view. So the statement is there, and the colleagues, it's part of the debate. We are debating the sector. Yeah, in general. Yes, Honorable Appeal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to emphatically express the deep frustration of the people of Oyam County North, who continue to be left behind in the National Rural Electrification Program. And to note, Mr. Speaker, Oyam and Kiriandongo districts, between them, give up to 600 megawatts of electricity from the Karuma hydropower plant. And yet, only 2.7% of our households in Oyam and the institutions, including health centers and schools, have access to electricity, are connected to the national grid. On the report, Mr. Speaker, the Minister's implementation report, specifically Table 5 and 6 of your report on the current flagship program, whereas other districts, including the neighboring districts, are reflected on those tables, Oyam has nothing, zero. kilometers. And I would like clarification on that, Honorable Minister. But, Honorable Minister, last year, out of pity, I think, for Yam North, you directed that at least 3 transformers be given to connect Oyam Health Center 3s to the grid. Nothing has happened after endless surveys, survey after survey. So I'm requesting for clarification. Is that directive still standing of the 3 transformers, and when might we have it? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Let me pick FDC, I pick DP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chiria Grace Wanzala, my names. I'm the Member of Parliament representing Butembe, Nijinja District. Mr. Speaker, I want to re-echo what I have seen in the age that I have in Butembe. The greatest power line there was established in 1976 to transport power to an oil mill in Luka. The wires just pass over the entire sub-county. Fortunately, in the scale-up project where they wanted to drop power, a transformer was dropped in Bugovia. The power there, the transformer cannot supply the village, and that's where the health center is. The power becomes dim. I don't know how to term that word. It comes dim. Evening hours, you see as if the lights are fading. What does that imply? There is no single evening hours, you see as if the lights are fading. What does that imply? There is no single, even maize mill, that can be established in that trading center. And it looks to be the main trading center in the sub-county. What makes me wonder is that out of the 21,000 households, it is only 7,540 households having power. A district near the power dam that was built in 1956. I am wondering if that district is at that level. Then what about Ike? Then there is a problem. We need to start thinking positively in our country, colleagues. PDM, Ike, then there is a problem. We need to start thinking positively in our country, colleagues. PDM, if we...
Sorry, thank you. Honorable Court.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Court, I have here Mitiana wants other procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm Makumbi Henry Kamya, representing the people of Mitiana South. Mr. Speaker, the other time we were here, the minister presented a fair statement, and you told him to go and look for another better statement, more comprehensive. And Mr. Speaker, we have noticed the level of desperation and the level of need of electricity in this country. And I see we are continuing to dig. We shall talk about power until the cows or goats come back. Because we need power, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it procedurally right at this level, Mr. Speaker, to just unanimously agree as a House, honorable members of Parliament, and agree on a special loan, if possible, to the Ministry of Energy to look for money and give power like we had started in the 10th Parliament? Mr. Speaker, would it be procedure right so that at this stage you rule and we agree on the source of funding to the Ministry of Energy? Because all of us want to talk, and even those who have...
Thank you. Now, thank you. Now, first of all, Honorable, Article 93 of the Constitution does not give us that power. It limits us. Okay? Anything that has a charge on the consolidated fund must come from the executive. Okay? So we cannot come and we say, because we have debated and we say everyone wants power, let's agree on a special loan. Now, we determine how much, for example, if we wanted to agree on it. Should say $2 billion, $1 billion, what? Okay? So, but number two, honorable colleagues, I know I'm saying repetitive, but this is deliberate. I want members to raise issues of their constituencies. Because their constituencies are watching, they need to be heard. Okay? Whether it's adding much value to what the minister is doing or not, but at least they would have done their part of speaking for their people. So that's why I allowed a long debate on this issue to give members a chance. So, Honorable Okot, I had picked Honorable Okot.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
And then Honorable Kero.
Mr. Speaker.
Then I go to independence. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the report because it brought all the honesty out. This report has provided to us the realities on the ground. A number of colleagues have been speaking here, stating where power is not available. I read the report. Under rural electrification, Mr. Minister, if I take my district of Omoro, yes, nearly every sub-county has been mentioned as having power. But let us see critically where these electricity are located, how they were selected, where they should be put. One wonders. My thinking is that the priorities when expanding these electricities should go to health centers, should go to schools. The last time we had connections in Omoro was when we were still under Gulu district. We had a connection in Aremo, supplying only a distance of about 1 kilometer, leaving the health center. Now I've seen under rural electrification, another sub-county has been put, Abuga sub-county. Still again, giving an extension of only about 1 kilometer, leaving Avoch Health Center. This is Health Center 3. But Mr. Minister, I would also advise that when planning for these projects, you have to coordinate with other ministries. We have schools where computers have been sent, they are redundant because there is no power. We have health centers which have been upgraded. Sent, they are redundant because there is no power. We have health centers which have been upgraded.
Thank you. Honorable Okero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for the statement he has made. But my people of Nuaya East also would like to appreciate the connections that were done under REA. Some connections were done. Some lines are okay, others are not. Mr. Speaker, the target of the rural electrification was that it should reach sub-county headquarters, health centers, schools, and trading centers. In my constituency, 3 sub-counties remain without electricity. Mr. Speaker, we have also a seed secondary school, an investment of 3.2 billion, without any line near it. Even the road access to that school, you have to go through YAM in order to deliver materials. I would just plead with the minister to make sure that where government is investing such huge amount of money, should be facilitated with electricity. Mr. Speaker, also in my constituency, there is a 17-kilometer line, which I actually asked the manager in the area, and he told me the line was compromised. And he explained to me that some materials were poor quality that cannot deliver electricity. In that line, Mr. Speaker, the power is too weak. It is there always, but it is too weak. even for a single face welding, I plead with the minister to investigate what happened and do things that are quality, so that things are done once and you move on to the next. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Me pick on was historical, and I'll pick on Magora. Karwanga, I'll give you a chance, don't mind, okay? Let me pick historical Magora, then I go in a single matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, on issue of electricity, we always speak with vigor because we think that Uganda has it all. If it's poles, we have the cheap poles. That we plant our trees and we move. To our dismay, we find it, the ministry find it hard or to make it expensive, maybe to benefit. In order, they go move even an extra mile to import concrete poles of electricity. So that they promise us they are giving us a good service. But we wonder, Right Honourable Speaker, we have areas which are developing on high speed, and many youth are coming up to work. But what is may you find it, they are stuck. I'll tell you, I have areas like Kabunyata, Chichusa, Busika, Vumba, Champis. Those areas, if they get electricity, they don't even wait for PDM. They can sustain themselves. But now we are making young to beg because we have failed to put the environment which can make them work for themselves. Two, there is also a situation where government must even supply electricity because they also benefit. Once they supply electricity, they employ people, there is a service fee where people can even just survive. Now if you have electricity, people are moving around, but now they have a transferred challenge. You know, we had a Umeme was like a wife who was going to move away from home. Now they left everything like that. Now load shedding is normal in our areas. You find by 7 now, in all that part of Ruero, you can't find electricity. Now animal theft is on increase because now they know that by 7, total darkness, now you wait. That's why you are crying.
Thank you. I'll do 1, 2. I'm on independence now. Independence only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then
yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the record, this Emmanuel Magola Matovu, MP for Busiro East in Wakiso District. For the people of Busiro East constituency, which is a constituency of less than 10 kilometers from Kampala, we have sub-counties of Mende and Wakiso, and some of my honorable colleagues, you stay in these areas. But you find we take 3 to 4 days without power. 2 weeks. When we talk about rural electrification, in some we take 3 to 4 days without power. 2 weeks. When we talk about rural electrification, in sub-counties of Mende, sub-counties of Wakiso, and some parts of Chengira Town Council, they don't have power. This program, is it for districts outside the Kampala Metropolitan, or we are also included? Thank you.
Honorable Singoma.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, there is a session or two which I've not attended on this debate, but at the risk of bringing up something which has already been discussed here, allow me to bring up the aspect of cost. Already been discussed here. Allow me to bring up the aspect of cost. Right Honourable Speaker, my people in Hoima City, Speaker, my people in Hoima City have made it categorically clear to me, and to all of us, the leaders of the city, that the electricity charges are just too exorbitant and they cannot afford. Right Honourable Speaker, even if we succeed in improving on the connectivity, the mere fact that the people, the Wananchi, are not in a position to afford payment of the rates, their aspirations of getting power may continue to be a pipe dream. So, Right Honorable Speaker, can the Minister tell us if there are any intentions on the part of government to consider easing the cost of power so that our people, the Wananchi, to whom all of these projects are supposed to target, can benefit? Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the documents that the Minister has given us and his statements. I've found that we, the people from Teso, those projects have not covered us. I looked at the last one, only Serere district has been covered. And Teso, apart from Karamoja and West Nile, we are the most affected when it comes to electricity. The electricity that we have only passes through the main roads, but the interland is so much affected, specifically in Soroti. When I look at the first document, it covered the city and some constituencies, but the constituency of Dakabela, not even one parish has been mentioned. I have 24 parishes. Out of the 24 parishes, only 6 has electricity. In one of the trading centers, which had power, 1 year ago in June last year, that is Anyeri, which is in Katini sub-county, they took the generator away. Up to now, they don't have that generator. So you can imagine somebody who has used electricity, then they come and take it away. Imagine how they are feeling. I wonder why you take a generator away and then don't bring it for 1 year. The transformer, it's a transformer. They took a transformer away for 1 year. Up to now, they don't have it. They're always calling me, and that happened to be my parish. So you can imagine they think they don't have leaders. So the minister, please help us. Help us. Thank you. Now, before the colleagues I had picked, I want to make a special exemption to the Shadow Minister for Energy, because the Committee on Natural Resources is traveling, and I'm the one who gave them permission I think to Karuma. They are traveling to Karuma. I don't know wherever they are going. Yeah, but I just give him 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Then allow him to leave.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister said, and he stated it for a fact, and the fact it is, that they inherited a debt of 570 billion shillings, and he stated it for a fact, and the fact it is, that they inherited a debt of 570 billion shillings from Morea Rural Electrification Agency. And out of Morea Rural Electrification Agency. And out of that 570 billion, they have received 222 billion. That money is not enough to carry power throughout the whole country. Project affected persons have only received, they are demanding 35 billion shillings. That being stated, Right Honourable Speaker, should it be known that in the financial year, between February 2025 and March 2026, government sold power to Kenya, Rwanda, Congo, and Sudan to a tune of 72 million US dollars. That comes to 267 billion shillings. My question to the minister is, why don't you use that money for rural electrification? Because you can see the entire country is crying. Let it be known that there are 33 million Ugandans who don't have power. Everybody is complaining about power. And it's a fact, we need to address this issue. Right, Honorable Speaker, the government is committing 33 to 34 trillion shillings to the Buyende project, nuclear power project. The first megawatt will be produced in 2031. Why?
Just let me allow you a minute as a shadow minister. Yeah.
Why don't we first wait to invest for 2031? Because right now we have deemed energy that is not being used simply because...
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it in order for a whole shadow minister to stand before the nation and tell them naked lie that the government of Uganda is exporting power to South Sudan or Sudan? Is in order.
Honourable Minister, are you exporting power to South Sudan?
We commissioned lines, distribution lines along the border areas. So some of it goes to South Sudan.
So the honourable member is in order, but I won't demand an apology from you, Honourable Linus.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my other issue was some of us ought to do some research because we are paid for it. And we have research assistants who can help us.
Now you have started quarreling.
Right Honourable Speaker, my other issue was about the Buyende nuclear power project. That project is going to cost us 33 to 34 trillion shillings. We expect, that is $9 billion US. That project is going to produce the first megawatt in 2031. Why do we commit a lot of money for the future, and yet in the current, in the present, where we need about 550 billion to carry power to rural areas, why don't we forfeit the first project of 10 billion, 9 billion, 55 trillion for present, where we need only 33, 34, 500 billion shillings? I would recommend that the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development be asked. The Minister of Energy and Mineral Development be asked. The Minister of Energy and Mineral Development be asked. The Minister of Energy and Mineral Development be asked to produce the proposal, the project, and how it was started, the one that is in Buyende, against, and they give us the certificate of financial implication of that project. Because, Right Honourable Speaker, it is in Buyende, against, and they give us the certificate of financial implication of that project. Because, Right Honourable Speaker, by 2031, the project will have cost Ugandans 45 trillion shillings.
Now,
adjusted by inflation.
Now, Honourable Shadow Minister, you have power. I think it should be Rule 55. Should be Rule 55 of our Rules of Procedure. I just wanted to, yes, Rule 55 of our Rules of Procedure. You have room as a Shadow Minister of bringing a statement that would give an alternative view, okay, to what the minister is doing on the other side. Now, that sound is so big, okay, for it to be brought in casually. Why don't you work out with the lead of opposition? Of course, you bring it under the lead of opposition. Yeah, and you come, you say, Honourable Minister, I've seen in the budget, in the work plans, you have A, B, C, D. This is a huge project at 3 trillion. I don't know the figure personally. You know, and we debate and you add value. Yeah.
Right, Honourable Speaker, given time, I'm going to come up with that report and table it on the floor of Parliament.
Sure.
I thank you.
Thank you. So let's continue. Now, colleagues, I was proposing, because I'm seeing the way the debate is going, we are just informing the minister of our issues. So for me to be able to capture nearly all of you, I'm going to reduce this to 1 minute. So that I give, yes, I would rather do 1 minute and I capture more of you, okay? Because we are not going to make any resolution on this matter. We are giving information to the minister mainly, so that I can capture, I can cover many of you. I'm still this side. Now I'm on independence.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I have heard from the Line Ministry. He has given a list of projects that is going to be done in different districts. My district, Dokolo, has a challenge of connectivity. I have places in Dokolo South, especially Dokolo Town Council, Eastern Ward, Central Ward, in fact, all the wards. They even don't, those cells even don't appear like they're in urban setting. I would wish to get from the Land Ministry whether he has a plan for Dokolo Town Council. Even other parishes like Dokolo Kangai Town Council has become an urban setting. We don't have electricity. Other parishes like Adagino Parish, we don't have electricity. We don't need electricity just because of light, but we need electricity for production and for business. We need to compel the young generation.
Thank you, Honourable Muchibi. No. Yes, let's
thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Emmanuel Ilukol is my name. I want to say for the case of Karamoja is quite different. Rural electrification has only become a navigation route. Those poles have become a navigation route for the raiders. Because you came and put for us the poles, and now no light on the poles, so the raiders now use it for navigation to reach to their destinations. The town councils themselves that were targeted are not getting the power. For instance, just next to the State House in Moliringa at my constituency, there is an health center in Moliringa, Health Center 2, and a primary school that had to buy solars to connect, yet the poles are just passing by, going to the State House.
Thank you. Muchibi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, in Butambala, I am usually invited to fundraise because, first of all, the power lines are usually vandalized. Currently, there is a village called Bwetiaba where the wires were stolen off 9 poles. That has been, that happened 6 months ago. Then the transformers usually burst. I don't know what word you use, but what happens, they tell me that vandals steal some oils, something, precious oils from what happens there. Then the people who work at your offices usually ask the users to call.
Yes. Yeah, colleagues, you see I guided you, okay? Yeah, that you just, because I would rather, I allow 2-3 minutes, I pick only 20, or I allow 1 minute, I pick 60. Yeah. So, yes, Shetana.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Many of the issues raised here cut across many of our constituencies, but there is a particularly unique issue I want to raise with the Minister. We recently had an issue in the central market in Tororo. After trade order, majority of the traders were asked to go back. But there's a company that has privatized power, and units are being sold more expensive, and the traders are buying sub-meters at about 600,000 shillings. Right Honourable Speaker, I request the Minister to take this on in all the 18 municipalities that have markets, and get a solution that is more cost effective for all the traders in order to operate business now that trade order has been executed. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Pingire.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I am Ojit Peter, representing Pingire County, Sere District. Ever since I've been growing in the biggest center in our constituency, with the biggest secondary school in the county, the past leaders decided to dodge us. But I request, Honorable Minister, to really send a team of surveyors to that town called Pingire Corners. We do not have power. Very many children do not even know how a pole looks like. Honorable Speaker, we request the Pingire County is considered seriously for the sake of peace. I wish to submit.
Thank you, Akoth. Then Christina Parot. Unpick the ladies. Men, we have dominated so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Akoth Angela Zochire, District Woman Representative Tororo. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to know the criteria that is being used to choose which places are given electricity. You'll find Village A has electricity, Village B has electricity, then C and D are skipped, and Village E will get electricity. And this is such a big challenge for us. Where I come from in my village in Peipei, I do not have power. What is happening now is that the locals are turning to us, the leaders, to support them with buying solar, something that should have been done by government. So I request the minister to look into this and support us. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, then Bugweri.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Once again, I'm the one who is blessed to have a Minister of State for Energy. The minister supported, a number of lines were opened, but the lines are taking so many years to realize the power. May I find out from my dear minister, when will you do the work on the surveyed areas in Ameje, Kabata, and others? Number two, Right Honorable, there is connection that is supposed to have been completed to Omatenga landing site connecting to Katakwi district where the Vice President hails from. The polls are standing there. The voters are asking, were the polls meant for the votes? When will the real power be connected in the entire Kumi sub-county and Kumi?
Thank you. Yes, I had picked Bugweri. Okay, let me start with the red in red. The Honorable Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Awuma Janet, Woman Member of Parliament for Malata District. I would like to bring to the attention of the House that according to the Ministry of Agriculture, Uganda is producing 727,000 tons of fish, and Uganda is producing 727,000 tons of fish, and as the district bordering Lake Kyoga, we are contributing 134 billion, meaning as a district of Amolata and the entire district bordering Lake Kyoga, we are contributing to the national economy. I have my question. Right, Honorable Minister for Energy and Mineral, what is the total estimated budget for providing a reliable...
Just concluded. Just concluded that question only.
Okay. I would say how much is estimated to provide the reliable electricity to the people of Amolata district, since we border the Lake Kyoga, which contributes so much into national economy of Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bugweri.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Stella Maris Nankwanga, the woman representative, Bugwe District, on the issue of electricity. Honorable Minister, many villages in Bugwe don't have electricity, and also the trading centers. We have trading centers along highways. For example, Nawangisa, it doesn't have electricity. In some areas, poles have been put in place, but the wires have not been connected. In some areas, measurements have been carried out, and it has given our people high hopes, but unfortunately, no work has been done. Then also there is also another issue of frequent blackouts, especially in town councils. For example, Busembatia Town Council, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, I'll come back to independence, and I'll start with Honorable Marshall when I come. So, Honorable Muzari.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, why is it still a nightmare for one to have a Yaka meter? One, it's expensive. Two, even where you have money to get it is a problem. You have to push in through bribes. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to, I think, to begin to assess these agencies where we rationalized. For instance, REA was taken back to Ministry of Energy. But Right Honorable Speaker, since that time, it has just been a rhetoric from the minister. I am going to do this, we are going to do this, we are going to do this. So, by the way, I was impressed with your statement, but I'm worried because that is what has been the case for the last 3 years. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bigaros. Then Brian.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we refugee hosting districts really didn't think would be back on the floor of Parliament to talk about electricity. We thought it was a done deal. But on ground, it's only sub-counties that have refugees. Yet we are talking about refugee hosting districts. Secondly, the pylons on our way to West Nile fell a year ago. Thank God we have the other power on the other side through Gulu. But the minister has been told that it is vandalism. It's not. I drove, I parked, I entered the bush. I saw it is poor quality material. And 1 year down the road, the minister and the team have refused to put up these pylons. Really, what kind of work is this, I beg you? Thank you. We really want to get a satisfactory answer from...
Thank you. Brian. Then Aja. Then the honorable gentleman behind.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Kapiegon Brian is my name, MP Kongasis County. It is true, our county, Kongasis County, is part of the very many counties that have been mentioned here that are not connected to the national grid. There is a project, a one-stop border point that costed around 180 billion. But even up to date, there's not any electricity that is supplying those areas. We have the opportunity to collect a lot of revenue, but just because we don't have electricity, we cannot collect that electricity. We have areas like Kabnandi, Kaptereruo. This is a border point that sincerely requires electricity so that this issue of theft cannot happen again, because we realize that they are our neighbors from Kenya, the notorious tribe I don't want to speak about. These are
Thank you. Honorable Aja.
Neighbors from Kenya, the notorious tribe I don't want to speak about. These are
Thank you. Honorable Aja.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister or the ministry should be very active because in giving people power, because the more people are connected, the less the price. So they should be connecting us even much more and more to bring down the price of power. So we need to get more free connections for us to move on. Right, Honorable Speaker, I saw in his report the minister saying that a 1 kilometer line is around 100 million. I was putting power in my farm here in Mukono, and it was not less than a kilometer. But I paid over 380 million to get the power and the transformer. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is too much. Lastly, Right, Honorable Speaker, you were in my constituency in Rushachi. You saw people in the middle of town, which is going to be a city, trying for power. So you can imagine how people are yearning for power and we cannot get it. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, colleagues who are complaining that time is short, you can say. In a minute is a long time, you can say a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving us hope. My name is Tom Aliti, Member of Parliament from Maracha East. My issue is, when will our secondary schools, which were constructed, Seed Secondary Schools, Oleba Seed Secondary School, Kololo Seed Secondary School, constructed, worth 3.9 billion, but not connected to the electricity. And when they requested for connectivity, the ministry requested for 154 million shillings to connect with the 5 poles and 100 kVA transformer, 154 million shillings. And I have not received a response. I wrote to the ministry. What is the way forward in terms of connectivity of our secondary schools, where government used 7 billion shillings over? I think we need some rest.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, you're the Vice Chair of the Budget Committee, so please scrutinize properly when we come to the budget. So, the lady behind, that's Rubirizi? Yes, please. Then Honorable Court Boniface. Then Burisa. Yes, I'm on NRM side. Yeah, I'm on NRM side.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Arnita Geneva Nalongo, Woman MP, Rubirizi District. Rubirizi District is known as the food basket of this country, but on top of that, we are among the best coffee farmers in this country. But the agro-processing in Rubirizi is being constrained due to lack of access to electricity. So I hereby call upon the Ministry of Energy to consider Rubirizi's agro-processing so that farmers can add value to their coffee, increase household income, and drive the national economy. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Court Boniface.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have listened to the submissions of my colleagues with envy, because a majority of them will at least have electrical infrastructure, or at least the power itself. In my constituency, Kole South, both concepts are out of our frame of reference. Right Honorable Speaker, the electrical connection to the grid in my constituency is about 2.3% only. And Right Honorable Speaker, we are 20 times below the national average. And what that also means is that it will take my constituency 196 years for the 33,000 households. That's provided they do not increase to be connected to the grid. Right Honorable Speaker, my question to the Minister is what the plan is.
Just conclude that question, Chair.
Thank you. My question is, what is our plan to connect these districts that are critically below the national average, the affirmative action plan, to resuscitate them so that they're also able to get into production? Thank you.
Thank you. Orisa, and then the gentleman, Honorable colleague behind you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Bigira Nora Nyendoha, Woman MP of Bulisa District. Honorable Speaker, Bulisa District has got an even power distribution in the entire district. The only place that have got power are those that are near the roadside and in the very busy trading centers. We have poles that have not been having power or wires for the last 5 years. We have a challenge as a tourist area that the hospitality industry is being affected. The areas where power is very unstable. Our young people who have been involving themselves in a lot of work cannot be able to access power, and therefore this is endangering them as a region, and there is no way we can be able to be part of the money economy if our young people and the rest of the area cannot be able to access power. So that uneven.
Thank you. Nacho. Thank you. Nacho.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Eric Sabit Dramveko, representing the people of Terego West constituency. I think the biggest problem of the energy sector does not start from the distribution of power itself, but it starts from the nature of the ministry itself. If you look at other ministries, they have representatives in the districts. At local governments, they have representatives. But the energy sector does not have any staff at the local government level. And when they pilot these projects, I don't know who receives them at the local government levels down there. They tend to rely on phone calls to colleagues, and at the end, the work that is done is not correct. That is one. Two, in my constituency, the only factory that we have is at the mercy of some Turkish nationals who have introduced the okra, prompts them to turn.
Honorable Draco, I'll give you 1 more minute, and why? I made the man suffer. He shifted from there, went there, trying to catch my eye. I'm sorry, I want to pay fine of a minute.
Actually, Right Honorable Speaker, the spirits of my ancestors have been haunting me for not speaking this. The Turkish have established an okra industry in Terego West constituency, but there's no power. This makes them to turn to wood, and they are causing a lot of environmental dereliction. In order to mitigate this, I want to beg that the only part of Terego that has that in the BDF sub-county be connected to power so that we benefit from the rewards of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chon. Then Honorable Kujizibwe, then General Ashande.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of electricity, we have debated for many years. Honorable Minister, today in Otuke, as we are speaking right now, one of the sub-county, the transformer was blown last night. We are losing so much in this country, employment, just because of electricity. And Honorable Minister, I would request, let we honorable members not to keep talking about the power. You know, the word power means a lot. In other words, we should use electricity, and I would appreciate that each year, let us come and appreciate this ministry. We have never, nobody debated here, we are appreciating. This is the request I'm doing. Unfortunately, in Otuke, in 2019, the World Bank, when they came to make the project of electricity, some of the members were compensated for the pole which was planted in their land. And then some, they're still expecting. So this is also one of the key things which is delaying. So when are they going also to compensate those who are not compensated?
Thank you. General Akujizibwe, then General Ashande, then Mzee Kasaija.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Akugiziwe Aled, Bururi County, Masindi District. We have sub-counties in Masindi that don't even know how a pole looks like. And that is Kijunjiwa Sub-County, Kijunjiwa Town Council, and Kimengo Sub-County. We have written letters. Officials from the ministry have come around, done some surveys for the last 3, 4, 5 years. Nothing is forthcoming. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to implore the ministry to do interministerial collaboration. We were here in 2024. I remember presenting an issue where Maif brought some machinery to add value on our maize in a place called Pakani. The machinery is there, very idle, can't to add value on our maize in a place called Pakani. The machinery is there, very idle, can't do anything just because there is no power.
Minister has taken note.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Brigadier General Emmanuel Rwashanda. I'm from Remiaga. Right Honorable Speaker, Remiaga is unique, with unique situations. I don't know the criteria this ministry uses in giving services of power to the people, because you find other people have and others don't have at all. For us, we're experiencing darkness that I have never seen anywhere in the world. And where we have every day, Right Honorable Speaker, we lose liters and liters of milk because of lack of services of power. And when we have that, we also contribute to the economy. We also have built some food stores that we cannot even keep our food because of lack of power. Recently we entered into small-scale industries.
So now, Honorable Minister, if a former Bush war hero, I don't want to use the word rebel. Honorable Minister, if a former Bush war hero, I don't want to use the word rebel, saying he's experiencing darkness he has never. You should be worried. Honorable Kasaija. Then Honorable Najuma. Then Honorable Kefa.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Then Honorable Kefa.
Right Honorable Speaker. Kasaja George Patrick from Bulamogi, Northwest Constituency in Kario District. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by appreciating then later I raise the issue of despondent. First of all, I was among the constituencies that were given coverage on the program of rural electrification. They came and did the work. They fixed the poles and the wires. Now it is becoming 5 months, no connection has taken place. So I want to request the minister, please help the people of Bulamogi as to be able.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes,
thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
It is me, yes. It is
Honorable
me.
Najuma.
Yes. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have places that have been surveyed in my district, like Chisega Parish, Sakapsolo Parish, part of Nakaske Sub-County and Nakaske Town Council. But up to now, they have been surveyed like 5 years back, but nothing is on ground. I have a place called Butikwa in Chiwoko Town Council. They've been off for almost 3 months because of no transformer. I have Ngoma Seed School, the ministry called Butikwa in Chiwoko Town Council. They've been off for almost 3 months because of no transformer. I have Ngoma Seed School. The Ministry of Education gave us 30 computers. They have been kept in store because we have no power. Thank you, Right Tutors. They have been kept in store because we have no power. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kefa, followed by Honorable Annette Mugisha.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. At the heart of what we are talking about is bridging the demand-supply balance gap, which is on page 5. Right Honorable, I thought that actually we would have an independent report on that, but the minister has brought 3.5. This is a project of, this was a project of $212 million, which is 780 billion. And when it was brought to Parliament in the 10th Parliament, we were all excited. It's going to be revolutionary. It was supposed to connect all sub-counties including new ones, let alone the district. It was supposed to provide 3,401 transformers. But what I'm seeing in the scant information provided is that it provides transformers. But what I'm seeing in the scant information provided is that it provided 1,744 transformers. It was supposed to provide 5,921 kilometers. I think what I'm seeing here is 3,202 kilometers. The bottom line, Right Honorable Speaker.
As former Chair of Natural Resources, let me add you 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Isn't it time that Parliament takes interest in this project as to what happened, and probably we get an independent investigation on what is it that actually was achieved by this project? Because it's at the heart of all what we're talking about here. It's at the heart of the poles that were planted and then never connected. I move a bit more.
And I was your member, I was a member of your committee. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Nzima, Honorable Medisa.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. For the record, my name is Gatsime Anet Mudisha, the Woman Member of Parliament, Bushenyi District. Allow me to thank the Honourable Minister. Thank you. Allow me to thank the Honourable Minister for updating us on the electricity coverage and the projects that are being executed across the country. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to thank you and the ministry on behalf of the people of Bushenyi that finally the long-standing electric poles are going to be connected to the national grid that were left there by Rural Electrification Agency, according to the minister, in the next 1 year. However, I have 2 issues to request you to do. One is that we need a technical team to do the resurvey before the exercise begins. Some electric poles were vandalized, others were damaged. And when the Rural Electrification Agency...
Thank you. Yes, I had Honorable, yes. Honorable Nzima, then Honorable Medisa.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My name is Nzima Fiona, representative of Ivy West constituency. Right Honourable Speaker, Ivy West being in Arua City as one of the busiest cities in the region, actually in the country, is in total darkness. Out of the 18 parishes I have, only 4 have been connected to electricity, and this has been done on individual basis. The 14 are in total darkness, especially we have a Tory, which are at the border of Uganda and we have a Tory, which are at the border of Uganda and Democratic Republic of Congo. And us being at the border, it will be of a great advantage in terms of investment if Ivy West is connected to electricity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Medisa. Then the Honorable colleague next to Honorable Janensio. That one next Honorable Janensio. Sorry, Honorable Janensio, for using you as a reference point.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honourable Minister, as far as rural electrification is concerned, I bring to you a very serious concern from the people of Yumbe district that I serve. I thank you, you have extended electricity there, but they have a very major challenge of insufficient medium and low voltage distribution networks. This limits connection. Communities really want to establish small industries that can avert poverty, but it's very difficult for them to connect electricity because of this major challenge of insufficient medium and low voltage distribution networks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Colleagues, I still have enough time. Yes, just to remain seated, I'm going to give you a chance. Thank you. Yeah, please. We still have time. I can still pick around 30 people. So we
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Saleh Mpata. I represent the people of Bunia County South. Honorable Minister, I and my people are looking for your contractor called the NG Equatorio. You contracted to extend power to one of my sub-counties called the Jagus in the islands. They came, excavated holes, and planted a few pylons and abandoned the project, which started in 2021. To date, the project has remained a work in progress, and the people are enraged. Started in 2021. To date, the project has remained a work in progress, and the people are enraged and are threatening violence on your contractor. Kindly, Honorable Minister, may you save the contractor from the impending mob.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, Honorable, please, I don't do that. That's not how I work. Okay? Yeah. I said the colleague neighboring you. I didn't say you. Yeah. I'm so sorry. Yes. So, but I'm seeing some of the people whom I allowed to speak last time on electricity, they are standing up. Huh? You know, colleagues, I request you, if you know you spoke. No, I'm going to pick you. Just take your time, okay? I'm making the sacrifice with you. You see, for you, I'm making only a sacrifice of standing up. Me, I'm making a sacrifice of sitting here without moving anywhere. You can go, you pick water, you come back. Me, I don't. So let us sacrifice together, okay? Yeah. So I wanted to pick Maracha, the corner, and then, no, the woman, Maracha. Then the colleague at the far corner, the lady, and then I pick Kisoro, Sam, engineer, Seruganda. Yeah. I'll try to pick all of you, Honorable colleague. No, Honorable Kwizera, I know your issue, I'm picking you at the end. Minister Honorable Kwizera has a legal issue, which I'll need you to address. Please, let's move.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to know to what extent does the ministry engage and involve the local leadership as far as mapping is concerned? Because I believe they are the ones who know where major towns are, where major institutions are, but many times these institutions are left out just because the local leadership was not involved. So I would like to know to what extent do they involve the local leadership? And it is the reason why my MP was mentioning Olebasid Secondary School, Kololo, and many others were missed out because of low involvement of the local leadership. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agila Maria Goretti, Kalaki District. I would like to report that in 2021, REA mapped my district of Kalaki, but was caught up by the rationalization, and I believe that report is lying somewhere. Now, to date, out of my 10 entities, it was caught up by the rationalization, and I believe that report is lying somewhere. Now, to date, out of my 10 entities, 3 sub-counties are not yet connected. That is Otuboi sub-county, Ogwolo sub-county, and Kalaki sub-county. Secondly, on the issues of transformers, whereas the poles and the lines are passing through, the upcoming trading centers that would bring our people to the money economy cannot access power because of no transformers to pull down the power. On transformers again, Kalaki suffers a lot of power outages. Every other month, transformers are blowing.
Thank you. Welcome back, Margaret. Maria Goretti, Agilo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Alex Nyonsawa. I represent the people of Fumbira South. Right Honorable, the minister 3 years ago promised electricity for my area. In Bufumbira South, there is Mugahinga National Park. There are 2 towns. There are several trading centers, actually about 83 of them. There are many secondary schools, there are many primary schools, but the electricity penetration is limited. We have power only passing via the main roads and not going into the rural areas. I would wish to remind the minister, Right Honorable, so that he can consider us for.
Thank you. Honorable, yes, the colleague next, Honorable Alex. No, the one in the brown suit, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Ekoro Alex Irukan, representing the people of Bunia County East. I want to bring this to your attention that power in my constituency has remained minimal. And also those one who got some little power, there was a payment plan, little power, there was a payment plan that was made for them. And these people have not been paid. They have demanded and are demanded. Now they are on my neck to come and I represent them and ask for their payment. And this has remained a problem. I beg you to submit.
Thank you. Dodosinos.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. By this time, Right Honorable Speaker, electricity is supposed to be connected to all parts of the district. Kabong district got electricity 5 years ago. And when electricity entered the district, it has been installed along the main from Kabong to Karenga. I want to say, Right Honorable Speaker, what has happened is that electricity is in trading centers, it is in near the road, schools and health centers near the road. But away from the road, Right Honorable Speaker, electricity is not there. Now, what has happened is that schools, P7 schools in the constituency, do not perform because there is no light in the schools, and then.
Sorry. Yes. Viola, Anua, Ricky, then Ginger, woman MP Ginger, and then woman MP Wenju.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Namanya Viola, woman member of Parliament in Ntungamo District. Right Honorable Speaker, my people of Ntungamo have been complaining about the extension of electricity. Electricity that we have is mainly on the main road and in some few centers. I want to request the Ministry of Energy to put electricity in deeper areas. As we are talking to my colleagues and they were telling me, Ntungamo, you're okay, do not talk. My people put me here to represent them. We are not okay. The pain of a family is known by an inner member of that family. I request the Ministry to go to Ntungamo and help our people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ricky.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2024, Ministry of Energy took a survey in Agago district, especially Agago West constituency where I represent, in Ulube Trading Center and Ulube Primary School, and also in Achuru Trading Center, a very busy center with a health center, a primary school. Up to now, the project has not taken off. They were supposed to put a transformer to help our people. Right Honorable Speaker, electricity is no more a luxury. It's a necessity to drive development. And that is why honorable members of parliament are demanding for electricity in their constituency to bring development. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a critical issue since...
Thank you. Yes, I had picked Ginger.
Thank you.
Then followed by Chegegwa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Peace Tibiaze.
Then Gomba. Yeah, sorry, you can start afresh. Just switch on afresh.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Peace Tibiaze, Ginger District Woman MP. Right Honorable Speaker, when you come up to speak about Ginger District, everyone thinks that Ginger is doing well. We need to differentiate between Ginger District and Ginger City. Ginger District is a tourism industry where we have Osowoko Falls, Intanda Falls, but all these these sites do not have electricity. Then when we come to the presidential hub, each time we're having graduates who come out of the presidential hub, who we have to empower with small businesses, but then we are giving them machines without even having electricity.
Woman MP Buheju, then Chegegwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By record, I'm Annette Namara OSB Mukama, woman member of parliament, Buheju District. I start by thanking the ministry for what he has said. When he was briefing us, he said communities where wires are passing up, they are going to start coming and connect those people. In Buheju, wires are just passing up to other communities, we just see them as flowers. So when he said it, I was very happy. On the other side, Buheju, we are still in darkness, Mr. Speaker. We are still in darkness. Some areas don't have electricity, some have never seen electricity. Yet we are competing with the other districts. So I request the ministry to come back and revisit our districts and see how we are doing. On top of that, Buheju, it's a Hile district. We have had rich areas. So through you, Speaker, I'm requesting the ministry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Chegegwa, Gomba, then Tororo. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of power, it's a very big issue in my constituency, Chaka Central. Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of power, it's a very big issue in my constituency, Chaka Central. The survey was made 3 years. The survey was made 3 years back in areas of Mahanami, Mosomba, Rukara, Kasenene, up to Kakabara Town Council. The drawings were made and were delivered on ground. Nothing has happened. We came with a team from our area who are investors, have put up hotels. We visited the minister's office, and a very good minister promised us a transformer 2 years back. The transformer is not yet delivered. Now we cannot cross that area because these people see wires crossing their villages and their hotels going to the settlement, and the settlement is lighting. So they are asking, who is supposed to benefit first?
Thank you. Gomba. Then Tororo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In 2009.
Then Tororo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In 2019, a survey was done in Gomba West constituency. It covered, it came from Madu, Degea, Nachtemberu, Aweba, Sororo, and went up to Chai. But nothing has been done on that particular line. And recently we got a solar company coming to give some power in Chai. But it isn't going to give it to all the places. They're beginning with the school. So I'm being asked, because that's on the road to my home, as to what happened. Also in Kabula Soke sub-county, there is vandalism, and we need assistance in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tororo, and then this honorable lady.
Yeah. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the purpose of record, I'm George Okecho, representing the people of Tororo, West Budama, South County. My question goes to the Honorable Minister. We need to find a way how we can handle the issue of transformers. The forensic audit must be done. Because these transformers in the whole of my constituency, the 7 sub-counties I'm representing, Osia, Ojilai, Rubongi, and Iolwa, the whole transformers are completely gone. They are not working for the last 2 months. And my queries, are these transformers new or they bring for us all the transformers? We need to handle that one. Then the issue of compensation. My church, which I pray from, that is Katerema Church of Uganda. You are evicting us without the compensation. I need an answer to that effect. Then the issue of blackout. I'm being surrounded by most of the industries, Toro Cement, Simba Cement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, the lady.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Babula Noel Kataike Matilda, Woman MP, Budaka District. It is a challenge to explain to my constituents why they live in darkness, yet they have electricity poles standing in their villages. And for those fortunate enough to have electricity, there is a lot of frequent and prolonged blackouts. Now, my concern is mostly with the health centers, where most babies are delivered at night. It is a challenge for the health workers, especially when they have to perform emergency Caesar operations. I would like to appeal to the Minister of Energy to bring electricity to my district of Budaka. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And your colleague? Yes.
Thank you, the Right Honorable. I am Tony Ron, Member of Parliament, Kwania County, for record purposes. I rise here to give a submission for my people of Kwania County, arising from the presentation by the Minister of Energy. Early this year, around March, there were remaining places that had not got power, and the team from his office went and surveyed my different sub-counties. For example, Etekibe Trading Center, they surveyed. They went to Tora Trading Center. They went to Anamobola Trading Center. They went to Telwa, all those other places. My question is, does your work only end with surveying places? Because after doing the survey, the Teco people told us that we would give them only 2 weeks, they would get back and start the work. That is why I'm rising up here, because my people now look at me as not following up on the matter which...
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Wokuri Geoffrey is by name, representing the people of Bungoma South County, Mbale District. In addition to the highest number of faulty transformers, Right Honorable Speaker, are found in Bungoma South County, Mbale District. But also, I wanted to, through you, to inform the Minister that between 2022 and 2024, people paid for no polo service at 20,000 shillings. Those who have wires, up to date, they are not connected. And in the previous statement last week, the Minister indicated that this time they are going to pay 26,000 for no polo service. How do you account for the first money? Actually, they were wondering whether Balam can reach UE.
Thank you. Yes, Ajibisaso, then Rutera, then Bugendera.
Thank you, Right
Then the Honorable Lady next to, yes, Ebuyende. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Abdul Bisaso once again. To the Minister of Energy, whereas many places in Kasanda South do not have power, there is already a line that was built by government from Kasanda to Kalwana. It is not commissioned for the last 7 years and beyond. Secondly, Kasanda harbors the largest mine deposits, mineral deposits. But up to today, many mining areas do not have power. Yet power is very important in mining, as mines generate revenue to the government.
I request that the minister, as mines generate revenue to the government, I request that the minister prioritizes the mining areas of Kasanda such that government can earn more revenue. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes. It was Ruteraho. Then we ended then.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for what he's doing, but in 2022, we had a very good project, hydroelectric power at Chikagat border. When they came, inside him he knows, they promised us electricity to start with us before even going to Tanzania. But a disappointment, we have good structured health centers. One of them is Kakamba in Isinjiro, in Bukanga North, and Chargaju in Isinjiro North. But those two health centers are well structured, there is no power, and even people know they don't go there. And our neighbors there, they start criticizing the government that they have good structured health centers, but they are homes of the birds. Really, and the ministers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Namlondo Sarah, woman representative, Buyende District. My issue is we have health centers, but when you move around Buyende, we are only 2.56% coverage for the whole district. We have health centers like Mponde, which is even a very, very busy trading center, Kabonge, and many others, plus Nkone. We have those ones, but there is no power. Then the seed schools that have been constructed. We have Irundu, the transformer was picked. I don't know why. And then Buyende sub-county as a seed school, we also don't have power there. So, Honorable Minister, I please pray that Buyende be considered when you...
Thank you. Yes, so wait.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the presentation of...
So wait.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the presentation of the Minister, he mentioned of the project regarding the Get Fit project. Now, the intention of the Get Fit project was to supply electricity to those communities that were surrounding the main hydropower plants. Busongora County North, for example, has 5 main power plants. Unfortunately, Honorable Minister, most of the communities around these power plants do not have electricity. What happened to the Get Fit project in that regard? Secondly, the projects which the minister presented, most of them are being supported by either the donors or...
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I had already picked. No, I wanted, you know, colleagues, when you have elders here, I made an elder stand up many times. Mejaguma. And then Karwanga. No, Alenyo, then Karwanga.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Both sides of the House, I'm Mejaguma from Iwanda North. Both sides of the House are in total agreement, very unbelievable unanimity between the opposition and the government side that the country requires power. And the people of Ruhinda North also, through you also, require power. The Prime Minister is here. So for me, I would request that, and I know Mzee Museveni, the president of this country, talks to you, just help the minister. You source alone, government sources alone. I have ever said it here. and we finish this matter once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Arenyo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Marshal Alenyo, Jonam County. Honorable Speaker, in Pakwach we have 42,902 households. Of those households, only about 3,000 are on the grid. The issue of the power lines passing over the Jonams going to Madokolo causes a lot of stampede. Honorable Speaker, this phenomenon of power lines passing through the community, yet the people down don't have power, creates a lot of anxiety on the community that is down. That's one of the biggest issues we are facing in Jonam. My request to the ministry is that they should give us transformers, try as much as possible to connect our people, and we have health centers, we have schools, we have all those places which are not connected. But also the minister has to visit Ghana so that they see how urban people pay so that they subsidize the rural people. If the minister goes to Ghana, he will become with a better formula. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Karanga.
Thank you,
And then
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Chan Patra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the government gave us a line from Mitiana to Kanoni. But there's a lot of complaints, and I almost lost within those two sub-counties. They need their compensation. So I would like the Honorable Minister to come up and take over that challenge. It's now crystal clear that the Ministry of Energy is the one responsible for all the challenges that other ministries are facing. When you look at the Ministry of Trade, they are crying because of electricity. The Ministry of Agriculture is also crying because of electricity they're facing. When you look at the Ministry of Trade, they are crying because of electricity. The Ministry of Agriculture is also crying because of electricity. The Education, the Health Ministry, they are all crying because of electricity. Honorable Minister, can you come up and help us, save us from this quagmire we are in? Because I know at the end of the day, you can save us. If not, Honorable Speaker, please, like he has requested the elder, come up and help us. Because all the challenges can save us. If not, Honorable Speaker, please, like he has requested the elder, come up and help us. Because all the challenges.
Thank you. Honorable Ochan, then Honorable Kwizera.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lack of electricity today is beyond an infrastructure problem. It's a serious economic and social development issue. Mr. Speaker, most settlers in urban areas are migrants from rural areas looking for stable and reliable utilities, water and electricity. It is very unfortunate that even in the urban centers, Apache municipality inclusive, Mr. Speaker, has less than 15% connectivity to the households. Mr. Speaker, this causes a lot of problems. One, including increased insecurity. Mr. Speaker, during power outages, our streets, our buildings, our corridors are poorly lit, increasing the potential for robbery, crimes in many aspects. Mr. Speaker, number two, water and sanitation problems. Most of the water plants in urban areas are powered by electricity. So during power outages, water distribution are interrupted, causing a lot of problems.
Thank you. Honorable Kwizera.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that to give me another minute because...
First utilize the one I've given.
Now, Honorable Speaker, non-compliance to the Electricity Act, Cap 157, is the one that has caused all of these problems. Section 63 says the minister shall prepare sustainable and coordinated rural electrification strategy plan, present it to cabinet and bring it to parliament, which is not there. Then when you go to section 64, electricity development fund, the government shall establish electricity development fund. 66 says there will be a database. Based on what is being debated, Honorable Speaker, you can see that there is a generic problem. And in the 9th Parliament, Parliament had recommended and adopted that this ministry be a...
Since you used half of your minute complaining, you can
that this Ministry of Energy would be standalone, such that it is not conflicting for resources with petroleum, because the resources which are there are not sufficient. There is also a conflict between the Ministry of Energy and the agencies implementing the rural electrification, like Uganda Electricity Distribution Company, which does not get money from government. It gets money from the tariff, and now the tariff goes up. So, Honorable Minister, let us comply with the law. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, I use Honorable Janensi as a reference. I don't want people of Kashonji. We saw the Speaker reprimanding you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Janensi Otumaramia from Kashonji County. Kashonji has very many challenges. One, we have parishes that don't have power at all. These include Bweza Parish, Chigando Parish, and Rwenju Parish. Mr. Speaker, there are many other high-growth centers, including Echkoni, which has more than 10 cooling machines. They don't have power. We have Biembogo, we have Kagando, we have Mabare, and many other places. Mr. Speaker, there are many people who are complaining. They paid for their power, they connected into their homes, but they cannot be connected. The reason being given, there are no meters in the centers. Mr. Speaker, there are many other. I have 3 transformers that are not connected to the national grid. I request the Honorable Minister of Energy, please give us consideration for Kashonji.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, a quarter of this House has debated this matter. I think 109 colleagues. You can see we've spent 4 weeks on the State of the Nation, but we've reached 200. So here we have had 109 members submitting on this matter. Please allow me that we make progress. Honorable Minister, I don't think you will answer. I don't know how you're going to structure your answers. Kindly, the floor is yours, but in 5 minutes you can give us a response and your guide.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would wish to appreciate the members for all the questions and the submissions. Electricity is an enabler for development. We are all aware that the moment electricity goes to a community or a village, it contributes to development of that village. So it is the reason why there is a demand for electricity everywhere. Number 2, we have a strategy for rural electrification. The electrification is going to be in 2 forms. One, the grid, which stands currently at 24.4%, and 38% is off-grid, giving us a total of connectivity of 62.4%. And what is the plan? The plan is to have the whole country connected by 2030. Connected to one form, either grid or off-grid. And off-grid is simpler to reach to those especially distant areas from the grid. As I said, the cost of connecting, extending medium voltage is at 100 million shillings per kilometer. And somebody here actually said he was asked for about 300,000 to connect about one kilometer. That is if you went to the private electricity companies, you will actually get that type of figure. Now, what is the strategy? Where do we start from? We started with, does every district headquarters have electricity? There are only a few districts which are not connected to electricity. Ubongi, and then you find Buvuma. They are not connected to electricity. A majority of them are actually connected. Then we said, can we have every city connected? All the cities are connected. We moved from now the cities to the sub-counties. The project which you have heard being talked about, the sub-county project, which Kefa was referring to, there are new sub-counties which are not connected. We have over 600 sub-counties, and we have about 200 sub-counties which are not connected. And we have plans to reach those sub-counties. Now, we have got to move to the sub-counties, to the parishes. Many of you are saying our parishes are not connected. We are aware about it. A parish doesn't have a headquarters. How do we plan to reach the the parishes? We intend to take electricity. We know every sub-county has got a primary school. We are targeting to take electricity to the primary schools at the sub-county, at the parish level. Once electricity reaches a school in a parish, then we shall have reached that parish with electrification. We intend to reach the health centers. If we take electricity to a health center, which is in a parish, we actually count that electricity has reached those parishes. Now, overall, where is our priority? Our priority is going to be, how do we use electricity for productive purposes? How do we get the tenfold growth strategy delivered using electricity? There are two approaches. One, we are going to look at where is agriculture. The small factories which are being cited in our discussions, those are centers which are going to cause growth in those parishes, which is going to cause growth in the communities. And then the second one, tourist sites. We are going to focus on delivering electricity to those sub-counties and districts where there is tourism, deliberately, because we want to address the tenfold economic growth. And then we are going to be looking at mines. The colleague who said Kasanda doesn't have electricity and is a key mining area, we are going to focus delivering power to the mines, and then we are going to focus delivering power to industrial parks. This is going to be our priority areas. And then the last one, how do we take power now to science-based establishments? Schools are science-based. That's where we get the children to learn science. We are going to take electricity to those centers. This is a strategy which we are following, but taking electricity to every household may not be possible now. We have got to move by priority. What do we do now? What can we do tomorrow? And by 2030, we have a target to reach every household. Right Honorable Speaker, there are so many questions which have been asked here. If you may allow, through you, I'm going to request the members, I will be inviting you to, by your zones, to the ministry, where we can sit to discuss what plans we have for your zone. We have a proposal, we have 18 zones, and we want to do this before the end of September, such that by the time we go to the next budget, we shall have actually captured your demands, and you'll have understood what projects have been completed in your zone, what projects are going on, and what are the plans which are in the offing for your zone, and then we shall be able to capture those areas which we shall have not captured. The surveys that we continue carrying out are actually surveys to enable us plan better. There are those projects which are ongoing. The surveys are done to confirm the sites which have been identified. Surveys are also done to enable us capture the schools, the health which have been identified. Surveys are also done to enable us capture the schools, the health centers, which are our priority. So, colleagues, which are our priority. So, colleagues, if you accept, I will be starting to invite you by the fourth week of August, and I expect by October, all of you will have had a presentation of the ministry by your sons. And we shall not only be doing for electricity, we shall also be telling you about minerals.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
So thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
So let the Committee on Natural Resources be following up on this matter. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
So thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
So let the Committee on Natural Resources be following up on this matter. Honourable Margaret Eturu reached out to me. She's talking about health centers and hospitals. We need to see a way of ensuring their power is not cut off in a time. Colleagues, I'm going to suspend the House for 30 minutes. That is, we are returning at 2:35 to continue with the House. 10 minutes. That is, we are returning at 2:35 to continue with the House. That's when we shall handle matters of national importance and the rest. Thank you. Handle matters of national importance and the rest. Thank you.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
And that's it for today. Till the next episode.
Like a daily bando. Omuliro nguwulira muli mu mutima kukankana like drums. Kalakata, enendungu yakusabula. Mikono